Now, can you see and hear me? Yes? No? Maybe?
Yes.
We hear you, and I'm assuming all
All right.
you have to hear me too.
Yep. Gotcha.
Was there a Zoom update? I'm seeing more grid screens than I used to.
Yeah, there was. I think there was
Yeah.
another update for today, actually, too. I didn't download it, though, so yay for Zoom.
Madam Clerk,
More
I believe,
functional, but graphically less pleasing.
I believe we have a quorum. Are you ready
Nobody
to
will ever
go?
get a perfect
Yes.
on.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you ready to go,
Is this a-
Pam?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the open session before closed session for public comment. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
I'm here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Wyrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay, all council members are present. And the time is 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock when we started. Have an announcement for the public. If you would like to make public comment on any of the following items the council will discuss in closed session, please raise your hand now. To comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. And to comment by phone, press the star key and then the number 9. After I read all the items into the record, the request to speak period will be closed. Council with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Levine Terminal versus City of Richmond. There are 2 cases, Federal District Court and Contra Costa County Superior Court. Wolverine Fuel Sales versus City of Richmond. There's 1 case, Federal District Court. Phillips 66 versus City of Richmond. There are 2 cases, Federal District Court and Contra Costa County Superior Court. Let me just check and see if we have any requests to speak, and it looks like we do not.
Okay, we have no speakers. We are therefore adjourned to closed session.
Is William Lee there?
Yes, I am.
Are you Bill Lee from Land?
Yeah.
Group?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, they gave me Bill Lee. Okay, so I want to make sure I put you in the meeting. So I'm going to put you in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Who? Yeah. This is for James Yang.
Hey, right here.
Are you part of the consultants?
Yes, with NGO, also Jeff Pippin as
Oh,
well.
okay. All right, I'll bring you into the meeting.
This is Roberto Perez doing a camera and audio test.
I see you and hear you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Can we test your audio, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the audio and the video, right?
Yes, until it's time for your item. Or if you need to talk, when you need to talk. Is Robert Brazo there? Robert Brazo?
Yes, I am.
Are you part of the consultant team?
No, I am not.
Okay, I just want to make sure you raise your hand.
I did. I was raising my hand in a court. I wanted to speak tonight.
Okay, yeah, you gotta wait for when they call for the item.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for paying attention to me. I'll lower my hand.
Oh, thank you. No problem.
Okay.
Have you heard from Irene at all? Thank you. All right. That's good, Brian. Sorry. Yeah. Let's try the other one in the other room. All right. Thank you, Brian. Hi, is there a Jason N there? Jason N? Jason N?
Yes, it's Jason.
Are you part of the consulting team?
Yes, I am.
All right, I just want to make sure. You're Jason Neary?
That's correct.
All right, I'll bring you in.
Great. Thanks for your help.
Uh-huh.
David and John, you guys can leave your cameras off until your item comes up.
Madam Clerk, I've got a quorum. Are we ready to begin?
You want to take that? Yes, sir.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Myrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here.
All council members are present. Next on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is agenda review.
I'm going, unless there's an objection, I'm going to move item I1 up to right behind the consent calendar. I think we have a lot of speakers, and I want to give them an opportunity to speak before it gets too late.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion regarding that item with a quick justification for it real quick.
I'm sorry, say, what were you asking?
I would like to make a motion regarding I1 with just a
Okay.
quick justification, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I will say my motion and the reason why, and if there's a second or not, then it dies. I'm actually going to make a motion because of the controversy surrounding I1 that we hold it over until next year, only due to the fact that regardless of how people actually land on this issue, we do have 2 council members that will not be here to see it through. And with all the public scrutiny going around it, it puts a lot of uncertainty on if it comes back to the future council where it's going to end up. And I think it's a lot less messier and would be less of a waste of staff's time if we just held it over until then. So my motion is to hold I1 over until next year.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you roll call the vote, please?
Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick, Councilmember Myrick, Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmember Myrick absent and Councilmembers Martinez and Willis voting yes. Thank you. Okay, so under agenda review, we have moved item I1 to follow directly behind.
I object to that. I object to that. I think that we should keep the agenda as is.
Well, you're gonna have to make a motion and we're gonna have to take a vote on it. So,
All right. I move that we maintain the council as the agenda as written.
Right. Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote on that, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
I'm sorry, I missed this. What is this about? There was the mayor wanted to move I1 up. That's what this is.
Yes.
I'm moving it up behind the consent calendar. And the motion was to leave it where it is.
Okay. I honestly don't care, but I'll go yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Martinez, Myrick, and Willis voting yes. Are there any other changes under agenda review?
So yes, I heard a request to remove G18 earlier today. Did somebody want to do that formally?
Yeah, I sent a message to you, city manager, but I'd like to remove G18. I thought it was already done administratively. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move it to the end of the agenda.
Item under agenda review, let me read this announcement to the public. Anyone may make an oral comment even if a written comment has previously been submitted. However, each speaker may only raise their hand once to make one oral public comment per agenda item. As we move through the agenda, I will announce the next item number and ask individuals who would like to address the council to raise their hand. After the item is read into the record, the request to speak period on the item will be closed. We'll hold open forum very shortly, so individuals who would like to address the council under open forum should raise their hands now. To comment by video conference, click on the participant button and on the bottom of your screen, select the raise hand button. And to comment by phone, press the star key and the number 9. Okay, going through the agenda. We'll now hear a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Thank you very much. There were no final decisions made during closed session.
Item E is a report from the city manager.
Thank you. There is no report this evening.
Okay, our next item is open forum. And tonight we have 7 speakers for open forum. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. I'll ask that Sabrina read the comments that we received by 1 o'clock and then call the speakers for this item.
Okay, so we received 2 comments for open forum by 1 o'clock. One comment received was urging the city council to visit the idea of bringing back the finance and economic development committees. The second comment received was regarding consent calendar item G10. And those were our 2 comments for open forum. We'll now
Let me clarify on that G1, I'm sorry, that was for item G1. And there was a clarification on who would fund the cost for the pump upgrade, and that's in regards to item G1, the wastewater bond funds. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Sabrina.
Okay, so our first group of speakers for open forum tonight, we'll start with Bruce Byard, Stuart Flashman, caller ending with 4562, Janet Johnson, Karen Franken, Tarnell Abbott, Mike Parker, and our final speaker will be, excuse me, Tarnell Abbott. Okay, so we'll start with Bruce Byard. Bruce, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Mayor Butt, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byard. I'm the chair of TRAC, the Trails for Richmond Action Committee. TRAC would like to thank the city's Public Works Department for completing construction of the 0.4 mile Goodrich Avenue Bay Trail. This is a Class 1 trail parallel to Goodrich Avenue that connects the Bay Trail along the Richmond Parkway with Point Pinole Regional Shoreline, which is the largest shoreline park in the entire Bay Area. This is very important because it gives residents of North Richmond an easy bicycle ride, jog, or walk into Point Pinole Regional Shoreline, one that's safe and attractive. It also connects via the Spine Bay Trail many neighborhoods of Richmond, running from the Iron Triangle through Point Richmond and Marina Bay to the Annex. So this is good news, a major gap completing the Spine Bay Trail between Point Pinole and indeed Yerba Buena Island. Other good news is the city now has sufficient funding, it appears, to complete 2.25 miles of protected bikeway, a cycle track between the Richmond-San Francisco Ferry Terminal, the foot of Harborway South, and Garrard Boulevard at Cutting at the gateway to Point Richmond. This will implement a major recommendation of the ferry to bridge to Greenway complete street plans. This is thanks to a $725,000 grant from the Department of Transportation you accepted during your last meeting, $325,000 from the MTC, and a series of smaller grants from the private sector, including Sims Metal. So next year, we'll have a safe, attractive bicycling route between the ferry terminal and almost to the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Stuart Flashman. Stuart, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Flashman, council members and mayor. I wanted to speak about the conduct of public hearings before the Planning Commission. And I wanted to bring to the council's attention that there have been problems with those hearings. A public hearing, as you know, is supposed to allow members of the public to comment on the item being considered. And there is a time first for presentation by the applicant and or the person who is bringing the matter before the Planning Commission. Then there is an opportunity for an opponent of the measure, whatever it is, to speak. And then the members of the public are allowed to speak. And after that, there is a closing by both the proponent of the measure and the opponents of the measure, after which the public hearing is closed and the matter is brought back to the Planning Commission for its consideration. And the Planning Commission, of course, sometimes will ask questions of staff before they start discussion among themselves. However, what seems to be happening at the Planning Commission hearings is that after the public hearing has been closed and it's brought back to the Planning Commission for consideration, Planning Commission will ask questions, and rather than staff answering those questions, the applicant's representatives will answer those questions. And so essentially, the applicant gets an extra bite of the pie, which is simply not proper. It's a violation of the procedures, and it is also, frankly, unfair. I believe that perhaps the Planning Commission chairs, and maybe all of the commissioners, given that some of them may later be chairs, need to get training on how to conduct a public hearing properly so they do not violate the rights of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker has the phone number ending with 4562. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Sorry, this is Carolyn Graves. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. City Council members, thank you for letting me speak. My questions are regards to the sea level rise. In Richmond, a number of studies given to the City Council underestimate them, relying on studies from 2016. However, current estimates have nearly tripled those the volumes of sea level rise, and the noticeable differences are estimated to occur within 10 rather than 20 years, as was previously estimated. For example, a prior estimate was for 14 inches of sea level rise by 2050. However, by 2030 now, they expect 12 inches. And by 2050, the old year that they quoted, they now expect 42 inches rather than the 14. And by 2100, originally they were saying 55 inches, but now they are expecting 7.5 feet. And these amounts that are currently being estimated could well be underestimates. So I just wanted to point that out. I also wanted to speak a little bit about the budget item because that item has been moved and I don't know if I'll still be on the call. I don't understand why staff is still saying that there's a budget crisis in the city, because even the S&P analysts are saying we don't view the city as having a structural imbalance anymore. The past 4 years of audited results have been positive. Sales tax has grown significantly. And even the Standard & Poor's actually upgraded the city by 3 notches in 2019. There's also the gross receipts tax, which is bringing in an estimated $6.2 million a year. And the city's first quarter budget shows property tax income growing at 4.27 instead of the original forecast of 2.7. Thank you.
Excuse me. This is a hearing, so people should have 3 minutes.
This is open forum.
Oh, sorry.
Our next speaker is Janet Johnson. Janet Johnson, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. This is Janet Johnson. I'm a Richmond resident, and I am on the AB 617 air monitoring community emissions reduction program design team, and I want to tell you a little bit about that. The Bay Area Air District is expanding existing efforts to reduce air pollution in communities through the state of California's Community Air Protection Program, also known as AB 617. The Richmond-San Pablo area was selected for funding in this program, and a community steering committee went through a year-long process of creating an air monitoring program. As many of you know, areas in central Richmond have some of the highest asthma rates in the state. Air pollution health effects also include heart disease, low birth weight babies, and those most affected by air pollution have also seen the highest number of COVID-19 cases. So now we are looking for applicants for the Community Emissions Reduction Program, or CERP, for their steering committee, which will be will be selected in early January. For a link to the application and conflict of interest form, please email Andres Soto, Andres, A-N-D-R-E-S, at cbecal.org. CBE will be holding a community forum on this subject very soon. Steering committee members will be paid a stipend for their time. The application deadline is December 12th. We have a chance to have real policy and budget impacts on Richmond area polluters. We hope you folks will apply. Remember, the deadline is December 12th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Franklin. Karen, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to take a real quick second to tell you all what the Panhandle neighborhood is, because I think there may be some confusion about that. The Panhandle is we're not getting appropriate notifications from the city about issues that are directly impacting us. For example, on tonight's agenda, items I-1 and item J2. And I just want to clarify what we are. We're a South Richmond neighborhood. We're bounded by Carlson, South 55th, and Santa Clara Streets. We're right by the Bayview branch of the Richmond Fire Station. We're right by the Bayview entrance to 580, just to orient you. We are not part of the Richmond Annex. We are on the opposite side of the freeway from the annex. We're in South Richmond. We're a completely separate neighborhood. When Interstate 80 was built in the 50s, our neighborhood was isolated from the annex, very different in its demographic makeup and its needs. And it was at that time that the Panhandle residents lobbied to make us be a separate neighborhood of Richmond. Among our leadership at that time was Jim McMillan, a Richmond City Council member, many of you know. Dimlis Johnson, you may recall that Mr. McMillan walked you around our Panhandle neighborhood and introduced you to residents like me when you were running for election. So that's where we are. We are a separate neighborhood. And again, the reason I'm bringing all this up is just because we do not feel that we're being properly represented at the city level or consulted on city issues that are of immediate impact on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, Tarnell Abbott, City of Richmond resident. I live in the Panhandle also. First of all, congratulations to our council members-elect, Claudia Jimenez and Gail McLaughlin, and to council member Melvin Willis, all of whom won a clear majority in the November election and will take office January 12. I also object to the description of an item on the agenda, which does not mention the terms Campus Bay or Zeneca. That will be item I-1. I think this is a Brown Act violation that you don't even call them what it is. Now, on November 22nd this year, on the 104th anniversary of his death, I wrote this letter to my great-grandfather. Dear Jack London, those Ellis Landing crooks are at it again. I know how Meeker Slough and Steege Marsh and the vast wetlands surrounding appeal to you so much that you wanted to purchase some property nearby. I read that letter in which you called them a bunch of crooks. Sometimes I think it was right here where I live now that you had in mind, this little humble farmhouse on the Meyer Track in what used to be called Steege. They filled in most of the wetland, big industry, rampant, unchecked capitalism, eating everything in its path, that wide open maw. You know that hard story. Who can blame you for leaving and going to somewhere more peaceful? I've often been tempted myself, but here I am. So the crooks have different names, but the game is the same. Kill the native population, plunder the natural wealth, pave it over, and try to sell it to us as a beautiful dream. In the process, you destroy the health of the poor and the workers and pit us against each other. In some weird irony of fate, you, a scientific-minded person, in spite of your spiritualist mother and your astrologer father, and in spite of me, in spite of all this, I call on you today, 104 years after your death.
Time has expired.
To help us stop the ongoing
Cornell, your time has expired.
of life
Thank you.
downstream by.
Our next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment about the last election and the failure of Proposition 15 during the last election. I think we should regard that as an enormous catastrophe for both the city of Richmond and for the state of California. The truth of the matter is that most of the big problems that are facing Richmond are not going to be able to be solved simply at the city level. We can't deal with homelessness. We can't deal with the problems of building affordable housing. We can't deal with the environment on a city-by-city basis. We need to have policies at the state level to do these things. And what happened with Prop 15 is it wasn't defeated by arguments, and it wasn't defeated by people not being for what was in Prop 15. It was defeated by the fact that there was enough money available to be able to put out a propaganda campaign to convince people that somehow this was a threat to them. So I think the city has to be thinking not just about what we can do in terms of the resources currently available to the city, but how we can start changing the state government, how we can start changing the state policies. And that means we can't sit passively by as we did the last time. During the last election, most of the city leaders took a position in favor of Prop 15, but didn't lift much of a finger to do anything about it. They spent their time instead attacking other people or criticizing the RPA or what have you. What we need the next time around, and there will be a next time, is for the city to decide this is in the interest of the city, to mobilize the city to fight for what we need at the state level, to organize with other cities in the state in order to fight for these things. For us to be sending out letters and emails to other people that we know in this state saying the city's survival depends on getting reasonable state policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker has a phone number ending in 0352. Please state your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Caller with phone number ending in 0352. You may begin. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Oh, good. Hi. My name is Margaret Child. I'm a resident of the Richmond Annex, and I was completely horrified by the Planning Commission meeting, the number of items that have been changed since we were last given any information. Like, first of all, the increase in the number of units, and I just think this is outrageous. And I don't see anybody in a position of governmental power putting a stop or any kind of check or any kind of semblance of rationality to stop this runaway train. It's like everybody's jumping on board and nobody's saying stop. We need to think about this. We need to discuss. There's obviously a lot of opposition in the community, and there's so many discrepancies. It's like, okay, exactly how many low-income units will you have, and where will they be? Will they be on the ground floor? Will they be more susceptible to VOCs? When you talk about this, the development being in easy access of public transportation, that's a whole lie. For me, Easy access means within walking distance. And Del Norte, BART, and Richmond BART are not within walking distance. We just need to talk some more, get our ideas clarified as to exactly what we mean, like exactly how many low-income units, what will they look like, how much will they cost. And
This discussion is actually on item I1 and should have been deferred until that time. So
I thought we were talking about I1, obviously.
no, this is open forum.
Thank you. Our final speaker is David Cafton. Mr. David, you will have 2 minutes. You may begin. David? David, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, City Council members. I'm a resident of Marina Bay, and I want to object that the situation was handled at the Planning Commission. I raised my hand with this computer on time and waited for an hour or two and then was cut off. And then I got back in and raised my hand and was never called on. And this happened to several people, I don't know how many, and this is totally unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our final speaker.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item G18 has been removed for discussion at the end of the agenda.
Okay, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Motion by Myrick.
Second.
Second by Willis. Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay, so now we're moving to item I1. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand now. If you are joining us by video, select the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. And if you're joining us by phone, press the star and then the number 9 key. After I read the item into the record, your opportunity to sign up to speak will be closed. Item I1, pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution adopting the addendum to the Richmond Bay Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report, including adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approving a vesting tentative map for condominium purposes, and approving a use permit for residential use in the SD, R&D, and T5MS-0 transect zones of the Richmond Bay Specific Plan, and a shoreline park use in the -S shoreline overlay zone, and introduce an ordinance approving a development agreement between the city and the applicant. Okay, and as I go to the participants, I look at the attendees, and we have a total of 41 speakers right now.
Okay, so go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, we have 42 speakers.
Okay, so that everybody knows what the procedure is, I'll outline it. We'll start off with a staff presentation, and then we'll have questions from council members, and then we'll open the public hearing, and the applicant will get 10 minutes, and those who are opposed to it can select one speaker who can speak for 10 minutes in opposition. And then we'll call the public speakers. Each speaker will get 2 minutes. And at the end of it, this is not the first time we've gotten complaints that people people had signed up to speak and were not recognized. So when we go through the public speakers, I'm going to take some time afterwards and give anybody who thinks they were not recognized or their hand wasn't seen or something an opportunity to speak. I want to make sure every public speaker has an opportunity to speak. At that time, we will close the public hearing. We will have additional questions from council members, and then we'll have discussion, and then presumably we will take it to a vote. So with that in mind, we are prepared to begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council. Shasta Curl, Deputy City Manager, Economic Development. Thank you so much for having us this evening. By way of background for the public, we want to just make sure that everyone is aware that city staff are following up on the direction that the City Council provided on September 24th, 2019, with their adoption of Resolution 9119, which we are now bringing forward to you this evening based on an application received for the former Zeneca site. This evening, myself, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director, Carlos Pravat from the City Attorney's Office, as well as the City Consultant Team from Opticos Design, EAS, Holland and Knight, Fears and Peers, and Land Econ Group will be available to answer questions from the City Council. In addition, the applicant is here. Bill Shopoff, David Graves, and representatives from Hillco Development. And we also have with us our outside legal counsel, David Price from Holland and Knight, that is also available to answer questions pertaining to the development agreement. So just real quick, we're going to go through a brief overview slide that will cover the topics we're going to cover this evening as outlined by the mayor. So we're going to put up the PowerPoint now. And with that, Ms. Velasco will review the specific plan. We'll go over some background for the project overview, which will include the use permit investing tentative map that are being asked for consideration. We'll also go over the development agreement and community benefits, as well as fiscal impact analysis, the CEQA review, Planning Commission recommendation, as the mayor previously indicated, question and answers from the council members, a 10-minute presentation from the applicant, 10-minute presentation from opposition, public comments, and then discussion and deliberation by the council. Thank you so much. We'll try to keep this as short and succinct as possible. We understand it's a rather long item, and we certainly appreciate everyone's patience as we move through this. Thank you. Good evening, council members, members of the public. So the recommended action this evening is to hold a public hearing, and as stated is to adopt a resolution adopting the addendum to the Richmond Bay Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report, which includes a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving a vesting tentative map, as well as a use permit for residential uses within certain zones, and a shoreline park use within the S overlay zone, as well as to introduce an ordinance approving a development agreement between the city and the applicant. So it's just some way of background. The project site is located within the Richmond Bay Specific Plan. This map shows the study area that was analyzed as part of our priority development planning grant that the city received to prepare the Richmond Bay Specific Plan.
Your slides aren't showing up, Lena, if you intended to them.
Oh, you can't see them?
No.
Oh, sorry about that. Sue, is that something you guys can fix?
We were seeing your screen on TV and on YouTube.
Yeah, I was seeing it. I don't know what the mayor's talking about.
Mayor needs to move some of his browsers screens.
Oh, you know what? I need to reduce. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. You're right.
Okay. No problem.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you. I should have checked. So the South Richmond PDA, its major transit hub in this case is the Richmond Ferry, which is located at the terminus of Harborway South. So that is really meant to be the major service transit hub for this area. So this was the study area that we did when we prepared the specific plan, which underwent a significant community input process. And here on this slide, you can see the illustrative plan. The proposed project is located within sub-area 4. And so sub-area 4 had a development plan proposal as well as a project that was analyzed in the EIR. This is the project site. So the project site's northern boundary is Meade Street. Its eastern boundary is South 49th Street. Sorry, South 49th Street, and then South 46 is the western boundary, and the San Francisco Bay is its southern boundary. Here's a little bit of background. So in December of 2016, the council adopted the Richmond Bay specific plan and certified the EIR. The Campus Bay project is within the sub-area 4. This area is also known as the Zeneca site, which we do know has pre-existing contamination in areas that are designated as lots 1, 2, and 3, habitat areas 1 and 2, and the southeast parcel by the DTSC, the Department of Toxic Substances Control. The Campus Bay project is located on lots 1 and 2 and the upland areas of lot 3. The DTSC has the jurisdiction over the cleanup of the Zeneca site and is therefore the lead agency for CEQA purposes of the remediation. In June of 2017, the Department of Toxic Substances Control approved a feasibility study as well as a remedial action plan for the Habitat Area 2, which is really the lagoons, the wetland areas, the southern portion of the project site. Design documents for the Habitat Area 2 FSRAP were approved, and in August of 2018, and implementation of those remediation measures have been completed. They were completed as recent as January 2020 with the completion of the planting work. On October 25 of 2019, DTSC approved of an FSRAP, as well as adopted a negative declaration under CEQA for the project site for the cleanups of Lot 1, Lot 2, and the upland portion of Lot 3. So the 2019 FSRAP was the result of extensive coordination with the public, key stakeholders, as well as property owners. And they evaluated 9 different remediation alternatives and ultimately selected a cleanup for the site that considered the anticipated land uses as specified in the Richmond Bay specific plan, which includes ground floor residential. So here is the project site zoning. The site is zoned SB2, which references the Richmond Bay specific plan. It also includes a component of OS, which is our open space area, and as well as a portion is within the S Shoreline Overlay District. The development program that was contemplated within the Richmond Bay specific plan for sub-area 4, which is greater than the project site, included up to 2.12 million square feet of research and development business service uses, 320,000 square feet of retail use, as well as 1,590 units and 7.6 acres of open space. So this was a development scenario that was studied within the specific plan. The proposed project would include a minimum of 2,000 residential units and up to 4,000, as well as 50,000 square feet of retail space, of which a minimum 20,000 square foot grocery store would comprise up to the 50,000. The residential uses would be would include mixed use buildings and range from 3 to 4 stories, as well as wrap style and concrete podium buildings that could be up to 7 or 8 stories in height. The vesting tentative map would subdivide the project site into 34 development parcels contained in approximately 10 new city blocks. The project would also include new or improved public streets, which would be dedicated, but subject to the project's obligation to maintain. The streets would also include associated bike lanes, sidewalks, landscaping, and utilities. The project also proposes 6 new civic spaces totaling approximately 5.3 acres for use by residents as well as members of the public, and approximately 25.9 acres of a biological preserve area along the Bay Shore. This is from the Richmond Bay Specific Plan, which is the Transect Zone Regulating Plan. And so the project site is here circled in red, and is comprised of various zoning districts or transect zones, which includes T5 Main Street. And here in red, you could see this is meant to be the commercial corridor, which includes a requirement for ground floor commercial. There's the SD, it's a special district R&D, and then the T5 Main Street Open, which provides for more flexible ground floor uses. And then the T5 Neighborhood, which is also an open district that provides additional flexibility. The SD R&D and the T5 MS Open transect zones require a use permit for residential uses on the ground floor, which is being requested as part of this project. And so here's just a summary. And then it also includes a use permit is also required for the park use within the S overlay. And this is to ensure public access to the shoreline. The specific plan also includes a requirement for civic spaces. As noted in the Richmond Bay Specific Plan, the project was required to have a minimum of 4 civic spaces, and the project is proposing 6 civic spaces. The civic spaces would include a neighborhood square, which is shown here, as well as here, a linear park, and then the shoreline park. And here is a diagram of where the civic spaces are being proposed within the project. The specific plan also includes thoroughfare regulating plans, which specify both the street section for the street and also what is the required right-of-way dedication. And so here is what was required, and the project complies with the Transect standards. And as noted earlier, I mean, a large part of the development proposal within the specific plan was looking at multimodal access to the site, both transit, bike, pedestrian friendly environment. And so what this diagram shows is the multitude of bicycle networks that are being proposed as part of the project, which would create connectivity and bike mobility within the project site, but also connect to the Bay Trail, which for cyclists would be an easy connection to the ferry terminal. And so the project complies with all of the requirements and enhances the bicycle network in this area. The vesting tentative map would subdivide the property into 34 developable parcels, 10 open space parcels, and then the remainder would be new or improved roadways. So with that, I will pass it over to Shasa to talk about the development agreement. Thank you, Ms. Velasco. As we previously mentioned in our last presentation to City Council, as well as at the Planning Commission, it was noted that what is proposed this evening for City Council's consideration is a development agreement that has an initial 15-year term with a 5-year extension if the developer meets certain milestones and completes a minimum of 2,000 units, as well as satisfies the community benefits. It also, the agreement vests and provides permitting for the uses that are proposed, as Ms. Velasco previously described, and also, again, provides a minimum of 2,000 residential units 4,000 maximum units, and 50,000 square feet of retail. As we've spoken about the community benefits before, as were previously articulated back in September, Resolution 1991, what we think is really important for the City Council and the public to be aware of is that the development team has committed to over $22 million in cash. There'll be at least $18 million of additional fees likely paid, as well as 40 basis points to the Richmond Promise on subsequent transactions. And so overall, those are development obligations that go above and beyond what is required in this specific plan. So they'll be paying development impact fees, and they will also adhere to the City Council's newly adopted inclusionary housing ordinance. In terms of the projected financing, the development agreement does set forth parameters for a CFD, a community facilities districts, or similar financing instrument. That would require subsequent discretionary approvals. And we also have conditions in here that outline if there's future rules or standards that need to be adhered to, that the developer will do so. There's also liability and indemnity. This is something that was raised previously numerous times. There's over 25 million, there's required to maintain 25 million in pollution liability insurance. This is something that was been talked about on numerous occasions, and so wanted to make sure that we called this out extensively. Also based on Planning Commission and community input at the Planning Commission hearing, and based on discussion with city staff, that we included all of the pages where the development agreement has evolved from when it was initially presented to Planning Commission to this evening. And that is in the City Council agenda packet available to the public on SIRE under attachment 5, all of those red lines. So we're trying to make sure that we are being transparent as requested by members of the public regarding all of the terms of this agreement. So specifically, in terms of the community benefits, there's that the developer has agreed to and that are attached to and incorporated into the DA. There's $2 million in direct funding for Richmond Promise, and then 40 basis points on the resale of homes, not the initial sale. 1 million for programs like Richmond Build. There's also the city or the developer will make improvements to the Fire Station 64 and Booker T. Anderson, as well as the trailhead. There's also 2 million for community youth and sports programs, 750,000 for public safety and at-risk youth, another 8.25 for community benefits, as well as the school fees that will be paid. The developer has also agreed to provide a grocery store in phase 1, enter into a project labor agreement, first source agreement, community workforce and project stabilization agreement, and as I mentioned previously, to comply with the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. So this next slide here is the schedule that the developer has agreed to. And so you'll see that there's a number of different requirements for funding based on different milestones, whether it's the first certificate of occupancy, 500th, 1,000th, as well as estimated year. So that information is provided for all of the line items previously discussed here, as well as moving on here to the second page. In terms of fiscal impact analysis, this is also something that we've received a great deal of community input on. And so the developer commissioned Cosmont Companies as the applicant to prepare a fiscal and economic impact analysis for the project. And they indicated that they thought that there would be a net general fund fiscal impact of approximately surplus of 4.2 million per year at build out. As a result of that analysis, and as we've indicated previously to City Council at the last meeting, we would retain our own firm to provide staff a recommendation for the City Council's consideration and conduct a peer review. That was completed most recently by Land Econ Group, the city's consultant, and they believe that there will be a surplus of approximately 2 million in 2031 and an annual surplus of about 4 million at build out, assumed to be at 2041. And so there is some difference in the financial and fiscal impact, but we believe that the approaches were similar and that they're in the similar vicinities. And we have Land Econ Group here, the city's third-party economic consultant in the event that City Council has specific questions regarding this matter later this evening. With that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Velasco to go over the general plan goals.
Okay, thank you. So this slide shows some of the key general plan goals that this project would help achieve and implement. You know, specifically, we believe the development is sensitive to its location and will provide a high quality experience for future residents as well as open space users, cyclists. The project would also provide a high standard of design and planning and construction of new facility as it promotes a sustainable and healthy community by making it walkable, pedestrian oriented, and considers its environment in the design. The project will also expand the city's multimodal circulation system in the area, as well as provide connectivity to transit services. And the project would fund the maintenance of its streets and circulation systems for cyclists and pedestrians alike. So now I'm just going to give a brief overview of the CEQA review that was done. So as part of the Richmond Bay Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report, we analyzed both the program within the specific plan, but also what was known as a Sub-Area 4 project. When we were undertaking this project, we always believed that the Zeneca site would be a catalyst project for the specific plan and would likely be one of the likely candidates for redevelopment. So within the EIR, we analyzed a Sub-Area 4 project, and this was the contemplated development for that project, which was 1.27 million square feet of R&D space, research and development, 190,000 square feet of retail, 1,520 units, and 6.5 acres of open space. And then in the specific plan, or in the EIR, we also analyzed what was a residential heavy potential build out for the Sub-Area 4 project, which included up to 2,530 units. So this slide is a comparison of the Sub-Area 4 project that was analyzed, as well as the proposed Campus Bay mixed use project. And so the proposed project would not develop any of the 1.27 million square feet of R&D space. They would develop a smaller portion of the retail space, 50,000, but there would be an increase in the residential units and a slight decrease in the open space acreage. So as part of a CEQA analysis that we undertook, the CEQA guidelines specify the triggers for when a subsequent environmental impact report is required to be prepared. And so as part of the analysis, we considered that. So the triggers would be a substantial changes in the project, substantial changes in the circumstances under which the project was undertaken, or any new information that was not otherwise known since the certification of the original EIR, which would show that the project would have a new significant or substantially more severe impact, or any new mitigation measures or alternatives that would reduce impacts, but were not adopted. None of these triggers were found in our CEQA analysis, and therefore the addendum is the appropriate document to be. Now, what the addendum did do was there are some slightly modified mitigation measures, and this is really to address the project-specific changes. And so we have changes to several of the bio mitigation measures, specifically dealing with pre-construction nesting bird surveys, as well as the building design and lighting strategies for the buildings. Several traffic mitigation measures were also clarified to clarify the timing of when certain improvements would be triggered and when their implementation should occur. And then there is one new mitigation measure
which addresses the project-specific climate action plan, as well as the building code measures. And this is really to address the project land uses. However, we did not identify any new significant effects or substantially more severe impacts that would occur. Therefore, no subsequent EIR is required. The project was considered by the Planning Commission at a public hearing on November 19th. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council adopt the addendum to the Richmond Bay Specific Plan EIR, including the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program, and to approve the development agreement, the use permit, and the vesting tentative map, subject to modified conditions, which address comments received from TRAC, the Trails to Richmond Action Committee. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation, and we're happy to address any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from city council members? Okay, Councilor Meyer.
I wanted to see if other folks wanted to go first, but I mean, I do have a couple questions and then kind of a comment. So the first question, you talked about the EIR, but one thing that I've heard a lot about is that we're using a human health risk assessment that's a little bit outdated. Can someone speak to that and to what the process would be, how long it would take if we wanted to get a new human health risk assessment?
Councilmember Myrick and Mayor Butt and members of the council, Lena and I, as well as members of the city's development team, are available to answer questions, but I do want to remind you that after this period, you'll also have an opportunity to hear from the development team, which will include a presentation by Juliana, who is available to also assist with answering questions. And I anticipate that she's going to cover a lot of the questions regarding the environmental concerns.
Okay.
So I would respectfully suggest that potentially we allow the development team to take that item if you're so inclined.
That's fine. I mean, whoever has the answer to that question, I can wait for them.
Okay, thank you.
And if that's the case, I can wait for the development team for my other question too.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Martinez, did you have a question?
I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to follow the advice of staff and wait until the presentations are made. My questions may be answered by them.
All right, great. Any other questions by council members? Okay, with that in mind, I will now open the public hearing and I will invite the applicant to make a 10-minute presentation.
I have a timer, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mayor and fellow council members. I'm Bill Shopoff, and I'm president and CEO of Shopoff Realty Investments, and I'm a partner with Hilco Redevelopment Partners in the JV to develop this project. And first of all, I'd like to thank city staff, specifically Lena Velasco and Shasha Curl, as well as the city's attorney's office, for working cooperatively with us to bring this before you tonight. A plan to provide both affordable and attainable housing for an additional 2,000 to 4,000 families in the Richmond community. We're excited to bring this project to fruition, and our adventure has extensive experience of working with both cities and local neighborhoods to bring communities to participate. This has been 3 years in the making for our firm to get to this point, so clearly not rushed on our part. We've been working diligently and thoughtfully on this. We have several members of our team here tonight, including our consultants and staff members. Lastly, for me, I want to state specifically, our JV is committed to hiring as many Richmond residents as possible during the construction phase, keeping these jobs in the community. We agreed in the development agreement to comply with the city's first source hiring agreement, which commits us to use good faith efforts to achieve a 25% local workforce during the construction phase. I hope we can exceed that. Our development team is committed by letter today that our contractors will work with the Carpenters Union Local 152 to enter into a PLA, assuming the pricing is competitive and the terms are reasonable. As a JV, we have a very strong partnership with union labor across the country. I think at this point, I want to turn the presentation over to Ms. Juliana Connolly, who I think can answer a number of the questions with regard to the environmental aspects of the site.
I think, Bill, I just wanted to, in behalf of, I have an echo here.
We lost you, Roberto.
You lost me? Oh,
Yeah, there we go.
How about now?
Sorry, I forgot to introduce Roberto Perez, my partner.
So I just wanted to, on behalf of Hilco, I wanted to second the commitment to local hire and our approach to labor is something that is we have a lot of pride in. As it relates to the Campus Bay project, we could not be more excited to be here. We cannot be more excited to bring our resources, our expertise that we've developed over the past many years. And tonight you're going to hear with our head of environmental, Juliana Connolly.
Great. Thanks, Roberto. Next slide, please. Great. So I'm Juliana Connolly, and I oversee environmental assessment and remediation work for Hilco Redevelopment Partners. And I've been doing this type of work for 17 years, cleaning up former industrial sites. And I'll start first with Councilmember Myrick's question about the human health risk assessment. The human health risk assessment is a long process, and it's important to know that the remedy that was selected for this site has been, the risk assessment on which it's based was updated to include current toxicity information. So it does include current toxicity information, not through preparation of an entire new human health risk assessment, but through incorporation of the toxicity information for the contaminants that have changed since the original risk assessment was prepared. That's most important with respect to a contaminant that's called trichloroethene, or TCE. It's a chlorinated solvent. It's used as an industrial solvent. The toxicity of that chemical has changed significantly in the last decade, and that current toxicity information was incorporated in the risk-based cleanup goals for the site and in the remedy that was approved. So that the toxicity information is current, even if the whole human health risk assessment doesn't get redone, because that is an extensive amount of work. And that, unfortunately for everyone here, that is one of my areas of expertise. So happy to go into it in more detail if that's helpful. So we wanted to take a few minutes tonight just to sort of address some of the misunderstandings that we've been hearing in some of the public comments recently, just to help sort of try to clarify what is going to be done at the site, what is included in the remedy that's been approved by DTSC, and also what are some of the components of the remedy that Shop Off and Hilco together will be taking on. The first misunderstanding that I want to try to address is the idea that the remedy that's been approved is not a full remedy, or that it only includes a cap, and that's all it is. And that's really just simply not the case. So what you'll see here on the screen is a figure that shows all the different types of remedial technologies that will be implemented at the site. There are all these different color-coded areas. So they include capping soil to prevent physical exposure with underlying residual contamination, but it includes a lot more than that. One of the things that's really important, particularly with respect to that chemical I was just talking about, TCE, where the primary exposure is through inhalation of indoor air, the biggest component of the remedy for that constituent is groundwater treatment for these volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. So TCE is one of those compounds. And so you'll see, if you see the blue hatched areas all throughout the site, those are areas where treatment for VOCs and groundwater is planned. And specifically what's planned is something called bioremediation. And this is a remedy that Hilco has implemented directly in other locations throughout the site. And what it involves is essentially there are naturally occurring bacteria that are under the right circumstances are able to breathe these chemicals. So they breathe the chemicals and they convert them into a non-toxic endpoint. The endpoint they convert them to is actually ethene, which is the gas that bananas give off when they ripen, like when they ripen in your kitchen. So the bacteria will breathe that chemical and they'll turn it into this non-toxic endpoint. And all that needs to be added to make that happen is to give the bacteria something to eat. It's usually a food grade vegetable oil. You give them something to eat, they eat more, that causes them to breathe more, and they degrade the VOCs. So that's a really important component of the remedy. There are lots of other components of the remedy, things like soil vapor extraction, which addresses VOCs in the soil. There are also groundwater remedies planned for metals and acidity in the soil. So all of these different technologies together, in addition to the capping and soil excavation, those are the full remedy that will be implemented. It's not simply capping. Next slide, please. Can you advance that? Great, thank you. So the next thing the next misunderstanding is just the idea that the site after the remedy is implemented will pose a risk to human health. And it just simply won't. All of the remedies that were evaluated were designed or were evaluated on their ability to address risks to human health. And so I just wanted to sort of clarify for people, what are the primary ways that contaminants at the site could impact people? And there really are two. One is one I was just talking about, which is like if those VOCs get into indoor air, people could breathe them. That's not something we want to happen. And that's what the groundwater remedy and the soil vapor extraction remedy are designed to address. The other one is contact with contaminants in soil, and that's really what the capping and the excavation is designed to address. The other idea is like, what if this other remedy that removed more soil, would it have been better? And it really wouldn't for either of these cases. So with respect to the soil, removing more soil would introduce other short-term risks. It would introduce air pollution to the neighborhood. It would increase truck traffic, and not just regular trucks, but trucks carrying contaminated material. And it would have the potential to increase dust in the neighborhood. So those are some downsides from removing more material. Another thing to remember with the removal of that material from this site is that it has to find a new home somewhere else. It doesn't just disappear if it's removed from this site. It has to go to a different community, and it would need to be capped there to prevent exposure to individuals in that community there. So wherever it is, it's going to need to be capped, whether it's here or somewhere else. And then with respect to the groundwater and the VOCs, the remedy that involved excavation of more soil included the same remedies for the VOCs and groundwater. The excavation of additional soil doesn't address the VOCs. Next slide, please. Same idea on the ecological risks. The remedy, there were concerns that the remedy may not make the conditions safe for ecological receptors, the bay and the marsh, and it will. I know I'm about to run out of time here, but there are specific remedies, components of the remedy to address those receptors and make sure that conditions in the bay and the marsh are safe for those receptors. Next slide, please. One last thing, if I have time, is just to specifically, the components of the remedy that the developer would take on would involve construction of the caps, installation of sub-slab depressurization systems. I have a little cartoon here showing what that looks like. The sub-slab depressurization systems are vapor intrusion mitigation systems. These are not required as part of the approved remedy, but they are something that the development team is planning to construct just as an additional safety precaution, just to sort of give everybody an additional level of comfort about the indoor air quality in the future.
Juliana, your time has expired.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Okay, now we'll hear from a single individual representing those who are opposed. Has somebody been selected to fulfill that role?
Yes, Ms. Paget.
Okay.
I think last time she was under a different name. Sherry, can you send us a chat and let us know where you are? And then if KCRT could also assist by calling her presentation up.
Her presentation is up. I'm just waiting for her to confirm that she's here.
I think last time she had a different name.
This is Richard. I don't see her at all.
Could Gail, do you know if she's on? Richard, can you unmute Gail?
Gail, you're muted.
Gail, do you know if Sherry is online?
I'll text her right now.
Okay, thank you, Gail.
I'm talking to Sherry, and she said if it's not under her name, it'll be under
Can
Sierra.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think you
I don't know
found.
if they could hear me.
Okay.
Hello?
We hear you, whoever's saying hello. I think that's Gail. I don't think that's Sherry, though. Maybe it is.
Mayor, but what name did you say she?
Do you have her phone number?
I do not.
There's a woman named Sierra. Is that her?
Yes.
A woman whose name is Sierra, is that you?
Yes, and I can correct all this, and I'm really, there's no way for me to change the, yes.
Okay, hold on here. I'll bring you into the meeting.
Thank you.
Sherry, Peggy is coming, and we'll have the PowerPoint up over on our end.
Thank you, Richard.
Go ahead, John, bring that one up.
Okay, Sherry, you just have to unmute yourself now to start your presentation.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
I'm going to start your time as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you to Mayor Butt, City Council, and welcome to the City Manager and the City Attorney. Thank you for including time to hear a perspective of the large percentage of Richmond voting and non-voting public. Simply put, Zeneca's developer is proposing thousands of homes be built on a complex, leaking, off-gassing, hazardous waste dump in a high-risk earthquake zone, on a floodplain, subject to sea level rise, with rising tidal pressures negatively impacting the buried hazards, on deep and shallow toxic material that filled in the original shoreline over 120 years, on deep and shallow fill that raised the entire site elevation, on deep and shallow fill that is non-engineered material, this is very important, and not compacted to 8-story construction standards, on deep and shallow fill that has small and expansive areas of acidic material with pH as low as 2.5, where innumerous pilings would be pounded into the earth down 50 feet or more, although there is no bedrock to anchor, where part of the site is less stable young bay mud, similar to the mud under the Leaning Towers in San Francisco, where 24/7 noise and nighttime lights of up to 7,000 humans in a dense area negatively affect hundreds of thousands of migrating birds that pass through the shoreline marsh, where solid walls of block-shaped buildings up to 80 feet high would fill in the 60-acre development footprint right up to the marsh edge, where no child can touch the dirt on surrounding property that originated from this site because it is laden with hazardous levels of arsenic. Next slide. Next slide. Hello. Great. I'm Sherry Paget. The blue, oh no, back. Right there, yes. The blue, not that far. The blue line on this slide shows the original shoreline, and the San Francisco Bay Trail is depicted near the water. I'm Sherry Paget. I see the site through windows of my home on the west side and my business on the east side. I'm a licensed electrical contractor with an MBA, and I'm a founding member of the Richmond Southeast Shoreline Area Community Advisory Group, formed in 2005, an all-volunteer unfunded group that meets at least once a month. The CAG is chartered by Cal EPA DTSC, Department of Toxic Substances Control, to provide public input on toxic sites along the Richmond South shoreline. Next slide. The Zeneca hazardous waste dump can be seen under the large 35-acre white cap in the center. The cap is currently 1/4 inch thin, made of concrete mixed with paper mache to keep the dust down and provide some water runoff on the east and west drains. Next slide. The existing fill includes areas where 120 years of chemical plant byproducts were dumped, raising the property elevation and filling in the original shoreline. The most recent geotechnical exploration report states clearly, quote, non-engineered fill can undergo excessive settlement, especially under new fill or building loads, and, quote, when undocumented fill is encountered during site clearing, all existing non-engineered fill should be removed to competent native soil, end quote. That appears to mean digging deep and wide in hazardous materials and waste to extract non-engineered fill or engineered fill not compacted to construction standards, which it negates this idea that we don't want to move any of the hazards. Next slide. 1939 Stauffer Chemical Plant and California Munitions Plant, which became the UC Richmond Field Station in 1949. They share a 3,000-foot long north-south property line from Meade Street down to the Bay Trail. UC's property extends 50 acres out into the marsh to the breakwater. After 60 years, you can see the dumping and shoreline fill had already occurred. Material used to manufacture sulfuric acid, superphosphate fertilizer, and hundreds of pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides was generally dumped at or near the property, sometimes through large chemical ponds. Next slide. You can see the 1900s neighboring property, California Cap Company, with a wooden seawall holding tidal waters out. Next slide. Is an aerial photo of the 1960s. The Stauffer Chemical Plant is in full operation. You can see chemical ponds, mostly unlined, draining into the soil, groundwater, and bay waters at the top of the photo. Next slide. 86 acres, owned by a foreign Fortune 250 corporation. That's AstraZeneca, the one that's making the immunizations. They have immense wealth. It was a chemical manufacturing plant, research development facility, experimenting with killing weeds and pests. developed more than 60 patents for electron beam furnaces, and built the world's largest annealing oven. They melted rare metals, including uranium, and supported the Atomic Energy Commission and the Department of Defense. Next slide. Compounds on the site vary from almost every metal. The metals, arsenic, copper, lead, mercury, radium, uranium, volatile organic compounds from benzene to vinyl chloride, PCBs, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, many banned around the world. Next slide. You can see the Zeneca site demolition in 2000. Buildings and plant tanks and pipes were removed. Roasted pyrite cinders are evident and pervasive at the ground surface. Pyrite imported by Stauffer from Iron Mountain in Reading in branded rail cars for 80 years to roast and manufacture sulfuric acid. The roasted cinders were dumped on the property, raising the property elevation, surrounding property, and extensively filled in bay waters. It was used as weed control because it killed everything it touched. Next slide. Orange chemical ponds can be seen seeping deep into the San Francisco mud and leaking into the water. Next slide. An orange pond up close when I visited before the fences went up. Cleanup orders required digging down to 3 feet only. And then they put mud on the top of that. Everything below 3 feet was left as you can see it. So imagine 3 feet down and that's still there. Next slide. Is a thin cap opened in 2003 to accept 50,000 cubic yards of UC Richmond Field Station mercury-laden hazardous waste treated with activated carbon, buried on the Zeneca site in direct violation of hazardous waste transport and permanent storage law. This act created an active unpermitted hazardous waste landfill on the Zeneca site. UC and Zeneca together were fined $500,000, which was a slap on the wrist, and that hazardous waste part of the fill remains in place. Next slide. They repeated that action in 2004. Next slide. The next slide is a concept drawing depicting a pink section. It's a cross section above the original property elevation. Acidic pyrite cinders were built up over time and other hazards dumped on the Stauffer site for over 100 years. And the plan was to dig it up, mix it with limestone and calcium carbonate, reduce the acidity, and then rebury by spreading it out like peanut butter on the site. There were no identified plans to remove all the non-engineered material to native soil, and no plans to compact the diluted material to meet 8-story building foundation standards. There was no discussion of the consequence of leaving acidic soil in place for pilings or the impact of salt water entering at low levels with sea rise. Next slide. Is a concept drawing of the biologically active permeable barrier at the south end, built with mulch and calcium carbonate to reduce the acidity of the water flowing into the bay. Next slide. Next slide. This is a concept drawing of the 20-foot high, 2,500 foot long biologically active permeable barrier that tries to change the acidity of the contaminated water flowing out to the bay. Next slide. Is a real life depiction of what is left behind. You can see that is not engineered fill, but that is really what is below the ground surface on large parts of the property. Cinders left in place as site-wide non-engineered, non-compacted fill. And the water that you see there is the upper groundwater horizon affected by tidal flows, filling the large open cavities during one of the digs. Next slide. Next. There is digging on the shore. You can see.
Your time has just expired.
Oh, thank you very much. I do appreciate the time.
Mr. Mayor, I recommend we give her another 3 minutes because there was a little bit of, when they were trying to figure out the slides, I think she probably lost a minute or so.
No, I did stop the timer.
Well,
okay.
That happened.
Say it again, Councilmember Mark.
I was gonna give her another minute and a half because I know that there was some confusion when she was going through the slides. But I don't know if she's even needs that.
Well,
sounds like already.
I think we're going to stick to our schedule unless the council overrules me. So Okay, so now we're going to call members of the public to speak. And each person will get 2 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I thought we were going to have questions and potential comments before the public speakers.
Well, typically, I mean, the schedule is that we have questions and comments after the public speaks, after we close the public hearing.
But after the two presentations, there's usually questions regarding those presentations. We just went over this, Mr. Mayor. A couple of us had questions, and then they told us to wait for the public. Told us to wait for those presentations.
Well, I think the idea was we were gonna wait and hear from everybody, and then if you have questions, we'll find time to deal with them.
It was my understanding that there was going to be a rebuttal. So is that happening after everyone speaks?
That was not in the plan.
No?
No.
Okay, news to me. Thank you.
But I just want to say that I think we want to get through the presentations, and after that, council members can ask all the questions they want. You can make all the comments you want to make. But I think it's better if we hear from everybody before we start asking questions.
Well, Mr. Mayor, my comments, the comments I have actually are for the public, because I think it's more helpful. I mean, after the public makes their comments, then what I have to say is not going to be that necessary. But it's on you. If you don't want me to do that, we don't have to do that.
Well, I would rather not, but I think we have to be fair. If you're going to take some additional time to question the opponents, I would have to give the same amount of time to the.
Well, it's not question. I was going to make some comments at this point, but if you're not going to allow that, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Well,
let me know.
Let's go with the public speakers, and after that, we'll have plenty of time for comments and questions.
Not for me.
Okay.
So it looks like now we have a total of 48 speakers.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to overrule your ruling so that jail may be able to make a statement, because he did stipulate that it was something that the public needed to hear. Otherwise, his statement has no need. So I'm making a motion to allow jail to speak.
Well, again, he's going to get an opportunity, but is there a second to that
Yeah,
motion?
I guess I'll second it.
Okay, yeah, me too.
Okay.
It's happening, Tom.
Let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yeah.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
So whatever time we take asking questions of the opponents, I'm going to allow the same amount of time if somebody wants to ask questions of the applicant. Okay.
Yeah, of course, Mr. Mayor. I thought people could ask questions, but let me just make my comment. I wanted to just put my cards on the table early on this. I am prepared tonight to abstain and to not vote in order to allow for the next council to make this decision, or in order to allow my colleagues to make this decision. But I've been pushed very hard by the opponents of this project towards voting yes. And the reason I say that is because the rhetoric that's been going around on this issue for the past few weeks makes me think that people do not understand what the decision is that we're making. And my concern with that is that a future council will not be able to actually look at this issue thoroughly, because everybody's stuck on these conspiracy theories about corruption and Trumpian this and all that nonsense. So I want to put all of that to rest before public comment, because I want to hear a very thoughtful public comment about the options in front of us and which ones actually make sense, and put all that nonsense aside in terms of Trumpian this and Trumpian that. Obviously, I'm forgetting the phrase, lame duck sessions have existed way before Donald Trump. Since I've been on this council, I've participated, I think, in 3 lame duck sessions as a council member who was coming back, of course. You know, I don't even remember which issues came up in December of those years and which issues didn't. So doing our job in December, our job doesn't stop in December. None of these items that came to the council, not this one, not the item before the Planning Commission, not the item before us on November 10th, came from an elected official. All of them came from staff. So that means that this is the process that we're on. Nobody's rushing, trying to push this through. That said, I do understand that this is an issue that probably we should take our time on. And so I do generally believe, you know, taking our time with it is the right thing to do if we're able to do it. But I have not heard a legitimate argument that responds to the things that I heard Ms. Connolly say about how they're going to mitigate the actual environmental problems here. There's pretty much 3 things that can happen with this site. Either number 1, we leave all the toxic mess in the ground, let it stay there forever and ever and ever, do nothing about it. I understand that that's bad for marine biology reasons, but that's one thing that could potentially happen. We just don't do anything there. We just leave it. We don't build on it. So the positive, you don't have to worry about people living near it, but it stays there forever and it never gets cleaned up. That's one option. The second option is what we're looking at tonight, following this very specific, very detailed plan laid out by the Department of Toxic Substance Control, and that people like Ms. Connolly, who are experts, are walking us through how we would do it. And then the third option is we keep fighting for the alternative formerly known as Alternative 6. And let's understand what that means. That's 53,000 truckloads of toxic waste being transported through and out of the city of Richmond. That is a higher increase of risk to all of the people of Richmond. That means, as we discussed, the excavation process, putting more dust in the air that can make people sick in the immediate neighborhood. That means risking, I mean, you're talking about 53,000 trucks going on and off the Bayview and crossing freeway exit, risking accidents, all sorts of toxic problems. So if that is your position, that's what we need to be pushing for, you don't get to be, well, I mean, if that's your position, make the case for that position. But don't bring up, conspiracy theories and all this other nonsense, because that's just going to tell me you don't understand this issue. So I hope that we have a serious conversation about this. There are no good solutions. I wish there was a solution that involved just cleaning it up and leaving it. My understanding is that can't happen because of, whatever state or rules on this. But this, as far as I can tell, what Ms. Connolly earlier laid out is the best path forward. And so I'm eager to hear from folks to why that is not the case. And there's no reason to cast aspersions on the Department of Toxic Substance Control. There's no reason to cast aspersions on the city. None of that helps your case. All of that just makes me think you don't understand the broader issue. Let me also say this, because well, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. And I thank my colleagues for giving me time to speak.
Okay, fair enough. Now let's call the public speakers.
Okay, we have a total of 47 speakers now. And I'm going to turn it over to Sabrina.
Thank you. Okay, our first group of speakers tonight will start with Ahmad Anderson, followed by Stephen Chang, George C., Maggie Paul, Tarnell Abbott, Brian Liston, Michael Glickson, Tom Hansen, Bruce Byard, Pam Stello, Cole Bercio, Jeannie Courts, Tom Lawson, and Claudia Jimenez. Please be prepared to speak when your name is called. Ahmad Anderson, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff. Quite frankly, we have a housing crisis. The best way to address housing affordability is to build more supply. This project can bring up to 4,000 new housing units to Richmond, including affordable housing units. We have an obligation to help our community by supporting this project. It has clearly been established by the experts that the safest way for our community to deal with the contamination of the site is to treat, cap, and monitor on site. Digging up and shipping up to 50,000 truckloads of contaminated soil through our neighborhoods, which was just mentioned by Councilman Myrick, then to dump into someone else's neighborhood is not an acceptable option. As with COVID-19, we have to follow the science. Those that are calling for a delay are actually trying to kill the project. Don't be fooled. They want no new housing. Their approach will be to leave the site contaminated with no way to clean it up, no new affordable housing, no public access, no community benefits, no investment in our youth, our students, our parks, our trails, our fire station. Please, I implore you, move forward, City Council, forward, not backwards, for the city of Richmond, for the community benefits, and for the South Side. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Chang. Stephen, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Hi, good evening, City Council members. My name is Stephen Chang. I'm a physician with a background in public health, educated at Johns Hopkins and Stanford University. I'm also a taxpaying resident of Richmond since 2009. Now, we've heard some big words already tonight: bioremediation, VOC, trichloroethene, and as you saw in Sherry's slides, there's a lot more toxic chemicals. And beyond bioremediation, we also heard caps. There are things in the ground that cannot be removed, and the developer believe, the easiest path is to simply cap. So I'm here tonight to challenge you to think differently. And my profession, if I can share a little bit, is that I write clinical policy for some of the largest companies in the world, some of their health centers on site, like Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon. And so I know how hard it is to write policy and to write good policy. It's never black and white. It's always complex, and there's no ideal solution. But what I find is helpful to me is when I'm in a rut, is to think of what is the right thing to do. And as Arena, to do for my patients. And so I'm here to tell you, please think about what is the right thing to do for the citizens of this community. When I'm thinking about what's in the ground there, the closest analogy I can come to is that it is an abscess in the ground. And you don't have to be a physician to understand that in order to treat an abscess, you got to get the toxicity, the infection out. No matter how much antibiotics you throw at it, no matter how much bioremediation you do, how much caps you put on there, it is just a Band-Aid process. And the toxicity, the abscess is going to continue to ooze unless we do the right thing, come to a better judgment, and do what's right for the future residents on that land for the city of Richmond. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jorge C. Jorge, please state your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Jorge Camilli. I've been a resident of Richmond, California all my life. I'm a union worker. And I heard some little bit of talk about they're talking with different locals, but I didn't hear any precise numbers. It sounds like a really great project, but I don't think it's the right methods in which they're going to do. Burying over toxic metals and all that chemicals that Stauffer was putting out there is just burying a time bomb, and exposing it at the same time and talking about bringing it through the city. I believe 580 is right next to there. You could transport it, without going through the city. I really feel at this time there should be more studies done on how to get it cleaned up properly before you start digging and pushing pilings into mud. I've been on many large projects. Currently, I'm on a 39-story building in San Francisco, and I'm telling you, sometimes it takes a minute to step back and see what you're dealing with before you start building on top of a bunch of crap. So, excuse my language. I really appreciated Sherry. I believe that was the environmentalist position. She had very strong points. I wish she could go on further and enlighten and slow down the process, because sounds good, all this quick cash, but cashing what's going to solve our problems. All that glitters isn't gold, and let's slow the process down and make sure we're making the right decisions. Again, I like to see a lot more union work in there, because that way they could have a career, a long-lasting career like I've had for 40 years. Thank you.
Jorge, your turn. Thank you. Our next speaker is Maggie Paul. Maggie, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. I'd like to share my perspective as someone who's worked next door to this proposed development site for the last 30 years. Actually, the building where I work was visible in Juliana's slide because there's a plume that goes underneath the ground, underneath my building. I object to the addendum, and I particularly object to a section where there was a swapping out of industrial research and mixed use buildings to add more than double of the residential units that were described in the specific plan. This higher density of residential units is not the anticipated land use on which the cleanup was based. The cleanup, the option that was approved was based on less development, less dense of people development, because it's a very different health risk to work on a site than to live on one. And I believe that this change is jeopardizing the safety of future residents by not taking this into consideration and reevaluating the environmental and health assessment risks involved. When I started working at the Richmond Field Station, Stouffer Chemicals was still operating. There were railway tracks surrounding the site, and I wasn't sure what they were making. I just knew it smelled bad, the smoke made me cough, and they had safety drills nearly every day. I used to clamor over purple rocks, which I later learned were the byproducts of their making sulfuric acid. They also made pesticides and herbicides. It's a very, very complex site.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. On December 3, 2019, Gabrielle Windgas, MS Doctor PhD, sent an email to Lynn Nakashima at DTSC in which she quoted the California Department of Public Health assessment for this site in 2009, saying that the CDPH and ATSDR recommended that Zeneca site be cleaned up to levels consistent with residential standards if the land use changed from industrial to residential or recreational. Because of the 2019 DTSC chose alternative 3 over 6, Windgas wrote that alternative 3 will, quote, leave substantial contamination in place. Among the other things, she asked that they be that the soil gas cleanup goals should be recalculated to ensure that they are health protective, and that the most recent guidance on attenuation factors and toxicity values of the chemicals of concern should be used. She also suggested that the 5-year review timeframe may not be sufficient. Now, I just want to say that I live really near this site, and in the course of this effort, I have read thousands of pages, listened to and discussed the site issues with toxicologists, chemists, environmental engineers, and other experts. No one wants this site used for residential housing except for the construction trades, development, real estate, engineers, and other people who are going to benefit with money, not the people who live here. I think we're supposed to have 3 minutes in a public hearing, not 2. So I hope you will set back the clock for everybody and give us all another minute. How can you in conscience agree to the terms of the development agreement by approving the initial approvals? It means that the city is acting in the best interests of public health, safety.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Tarnell. Our next speaker is Brian Liston. Mr. Liston.
Point of order. Is it supposed to be 3 minutes? Can somebody confirm that?
It is supposed to be 3 minutes.
No, it's 2 minutes.
No, it's 3 minutes.
3 minutes if it's less than 10 speakers.
Sorry, what?
That's not what it says.
So can either a city attorney or a city clerk respond to that question? Should it be?
I already asked the city attorney, but I'd like to ask her again if there's any any legal or compelling reason we need to go to 3 minutes. Are you available, City Attorney?
I apologize. Yes, I am. I had just walked away for 1 minute. Can you repeat your question?
Just, should it be 3 minutes? There have been suggestions that for public hearings, it's supposed to be 3 minutes.
So your rules make a distinction between the public hearings that are related to an appeal, which this is not, and what the rules are with respect to public hearings that are not appeals. And so for this type of procedure that is not an appeal related, the mayor does have discretion to reduce the time from 3 minutes to 2. And that, of course, is subject to being overruled by a majority of the council.
Thank you.
Can you show me where that's written?
Yes.
I'd like to see the citation.
Sure. Page 10 and 11 of your council rules. It sets forth a slightly different procedure for the order of proceedings for non-appeal items versus the order of procedure and rules that apply for public hearings that are appeal related.
I'm sorry, I'm having problems calling that up. Could you post it on the screen so I could see it?
That may be beyond my technical capability, I'm afraid. Let me see if I can read it to you, if that would be helpful. There is a procedure that says this note, and this note applies to the appeal procedure. The appellant and principal opponent addressing the city council shall be limited to a maximum of 8 minutes each, and all other persons addressing the city council shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. The city council may, by affirmative vote of the majority of its members, may make appropriate adjustments to the amount of time given to make presentations during public hearings, depending on the unique circumstances of a given hearing. That rule is the rule that applies to public hearings that pertain to appeals. There is no such similar language to the public hearings that are non-appeal items.
So we're saying that it's not 3 minutes simply on an assumption, not on something that's written.
The mayor retains the discretion to change the amount of time from 3 minutes, subject to being overruled, of course, by a majority of the council. It would just take a motion.
Well, I haven't heard the mayor make that motion.
No, the mayor need not make a motion. There would need to be a motion to overrule.
No, wait. You just said that the mayor establishes the time, and you also said that there is nothing in the document that says that it cannot be 3 minutes.
You know, you can just make a motion, right? You can just make a motion. You don't have to do this.
Yeah, you know, when I laid out the ground rules for the hearing tonight, that's when I said that it would be 2 minutes, and that's the same period of time the Planning Commission provided when they had their hearing. Councilor Martinez, if you want to make a motion to overrule me, then go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, you did not make any such decision, or if you did not share it with the council. So many of us were under the impression that it was 3 minutes. So if I have to make a motion to overrule you, I make that motion. I move that we have 3 minutes for every speaker.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I was under that impression too, so I'll second it. But I will acknowledge that I did hear that at the beginning of the hearing. I just didn't realize, I didn't realize the complications behind it, so I'll second it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Wait a minute. I
think this might take 5 votes because it's a suspension.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
We've been going along quite smoothly. And in fact, each speaker's had an opportunity to speak. And they pretty much have done a good job. Now, if you're gonna make it retroactive, now you're gonna go back and allow all these other speakers to speak. I think it's inconsistent. So I think this council need to move forward, allow the process to continue to move, and let's try to conclude this meeting.
Well, I'd like to speak to that. If a speaker has 3 minutes and he can say it in 2 minutes, he'll say it in 2 minutes. If a speaker needs 3 minutes, they need 3 minutes. Otherwise, their opinion is thwarted. And this is supposed to be a hearing, not a kangaroo court.
All right, let's vote.
One thing I would like to ask the city attorney, if this, I know that it takes 5 votes to suspend the rules, and I'm not sure if this is one of those rules that has to be suspended. Can you respond to that?
I don't believe it would take a five rule supermajority to suspend the rules. The rules that you said at the beginning, and the majority of the council can overrule that. And so you would need 3 votes to support the motion that Councilmember Martinez is making.
4 votes.
You mean 4 votes?
4 votes, excuse me, 4 votes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Vice Mayor Bates.
No.
Councilmember Choi.
We do 2 minutes all the time, whenever there are a lot of speakers. So no.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Sure.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Martinez, Myrick, and Willis voting yes.
Okay, back to the speakers.
Okay, we'll proceed with our next speaker, Brian Liston. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. Love to see democracy in action. And I thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Brian Liston. I'm a 10-year resident of Point Richmond. We have a severe housing shortage in Richmond. This project could bring up to 4,000 housing and affordable housing units into our community. Not only housing units, but also good paying jobs. And as the lead instructor at Richmond Build, I train local residents for the construction unions. This project with the CBA, local hire, and their local hire could bring much needed thousands of jobs and housing units to our community. Treating and capping this site, I believe, is a better approach to trucking 50,000 trucks through our community. As a Richmond resident, I support this project. And I didn't take my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Glickson. Michael, you may begin. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I oppose this. My name is Michael Glickson. I live in Richmond. I oppose this project. This is an incredible collection of hazardous waste and poisons that was left by Zeneca after 100 years of using and misusing this land. And they get to just walk away and throw a bunch of money at it. I get that there are downsides to removing all the contaminated soil in 50,000 truckloads. So let's use rail cars, which there clearly were at that site, because that's how they brought a bunch of stuff there. There's all kinds of rail lines in that area. Let's take away the dirt in rail lines, not in trucks. I just think that it's wrong to let a multinational corporation off the hook. Unfortunately, it seems that the only way that Richmond is going to clean up this site is through a development deal. But why can't AstraZeneca just pay for the cleanup? That's what DTSC says they're responsible for, but it's going to go through a developer who's going to do the cleanup at the behest of and the checkbook of AstraZeneca. So it's just, I'm a housing advocate. And there's a lot of places in Richmond where we can build housing, just like a lot of us didn't think point Malate was the best place to put housing. But this is a toxic site. And I really appreciated the woman who did all this work and was explaining all the mitigation they're going to do. But I guess I just don't believe that it's going to be as effective as their good intentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Hansen. Tom, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Tom Hansen. I'm the business manager of IBW Local 302 Electricians Union in Contra Costa County. We began talking to Shop Op January this year with a potential PLA on this project. We've worked with them and also Hilco, and their letter of assent or agreement to come into a PLA, and we've worked with them closely. We're looking forward to building this project. I know there's much controversy about it, but with the need of housing and the potential of having to move all that toxic soil either by rail or by truck to another community, you have to stop and think about that. So I'm calling in support on behalf of our members, potential apprentices that could come out of Richmond Build and other parts of the West County. So we're in support of this project, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Byard. Bruce, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byard. I'm speaking tonight for TRAC, the Trails for Richmond Action Committee. This project includes important Bay Trail improvements as recommended in Exhibit D, Conditions of Approval, and Attachment 5, Modifications to Development Agreement from the Planning Commission hearing. Proximity to the Bay Trail will be a major attractant in selling and renting Campus Bay property. Residents there will have ready access to the Bay Trail from not only an existing trailhead at South 51st Street, but also a new multi-use trail to be built at the end of South 46th Street. The Spine Bay Trail between Point Isabel and Marina Bay will provide recreational opportunities for future residents of Campus Bay to walk and bicycle along Richmond's necklace of 12 shoreline parks. Bicycle commuting will be an attractive option for destinations in Richmond and other East Bay cities, ranging from Albany to Oakland and westward to San Francisco by ferry. The general public also will benefit from the new public parking lot and restrooms to be provided at the existing Bay Trail spur at the end of South 51st Street as part of the community benefits agreement. The portion of the $3 million community benefits package not required for these trailhead improvements will be available for Bay Trail improvements elsewhere in the South Richmond Priority Development Area. These funds might be used in part to widen the Spine Bay Trail and attenuate overcrowding, resulting from up to 8,000 new residents on Campus Bay, and provide matching funds for grants to complete the Richmond Wellness Trail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Pam Stello, Richmond resident. The Planning Commission hearing November 19th, 2020 was riddled with failures of process. It was not adequately noticed to tenants and buildings directly across the street from the Zeneca site in the Harborfront business community, and residents in neighborhoods less than 1/3 of a mile away were not noticed, including Crescent Park, Park View, East Shore, Panhandle Annex, Richmond Annex, Southwest Annex, Marina Bay were likewise not notified, nor were members of the Richmond Southeast Shoreline Area Community Advisory Group who have studied this site for 15 years. Links to the agenda for the meeting on the city's Planning Commission page and public notice page were not working consistently. Numerous members of the public were denied participation, including myself, due to the wrong Zoom meeting password being posted on the website, and confusing and contradictory instructions to raise your hand for public comment were given by staff before and during the meeting, followed by a failure to call on all members of the public who had raised their hand. These issues were raised during the meeting and were ignored by the meeting chair. As a result, the commissioner's vote and its recommendation were tainted by that unfair process. And now they taint any action taken by the council this evening based on the commission's recommendation. Rather than consider this agenda item on the merits tonight, the council should remand the item to the Planning Commission with direction to reopen the public hearing and allow additional input. I also want to add that Sherry Padgett in response to Councilmember JL, is an expert. She has analyzed this for 15 years. Juliana Connolly works for the developer. She does not represent objective analysis. She has not addressed these issues raised by Sherry and others with technical degrees. These issues, such as impacts by sea level rise, need more analysis by independent experts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cole Burchill. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, council members. My name is Cole Burchill. I'm the field investigator and science associate for San Francisco Baykeeper. On behalf of Baykeeper, I ask that you reject this proposed addendum to the 2016 EIR and oppose development on the site until further remedial environmental action can be completed. First, Baykeeper would like to emphasize the concerns raised this evening regarding cleanup logistics, particularly as they relate to the imminent risk of sea level rise inundation. As Ms. Connolly aptly indicated, maintenance of the proposed remedial activities would be at the discretion of an as of yet unidentified property owner, a decision which simply cannot guarantee the long-term protection of human and ecological health. Furthermore, it appears that the current developmental proposal before the City of Richmond does not adequately evaluate the jurisdiction and regulations of BCDC. The mean high water mark along this section of the Richmond shoreline has been incorrectly assessed by the project EIR, and documentation from DTSC illustrates that the high water mark actually exists immediately adjacent to the project area. By observing the high water mark within the property boundary, it becomes clear that the proposed development intersects with BCDC's 100-foot shoreline jurisdiction. As such, this shoreline parcel must adhere not only to the 2016 Richmond Bay Specific Plan, but also to BCDC's 1977 South Richmond Shoreline Special Area Plan, which establishes that the Point Isabel subarea within which the project is contained will prohibit any residential development in the area. As a result, any decision to proceed with this development under the current project parameters risks violation of the McAteer-Petras Act, the California Environmental Quality Act, and the Coastal Zone Management Act, among other environmental laws and regulations, thus rendering the City of Richmond vulnerable to litigation. We trust that the Richmond City Council will not approve this addendum to proceed with the development on this site until the aforementioned conflicts are resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeannie Courts. Jeannie, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, good evening, council members. Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. The proposed concept is described by staff as being consistent with the general plan vision and will provide vibrant mixed-use transient-oriented development. And further, the concept would include a planting and landscaping plan that is consistent with the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission's Landscape Guide for San Francisco Bay, and expand the city's multimodal circulation system for locating high-density development in an area near transit. To our knowledge, this concept is not near existing transit facilities. The nearest existing transit is the ferry to San Francisco, which is some distance away from the proposed residential units, and a shuttle that is used to transport people from UC Richmond Field Station to the UC Berkeley campus in Berkeley, and one must be a member of the UC Berkeley community to use it. While we are still trying to review all the necessary documents, we have found nothing that supports the statement that this proposed housing is near transit. This must be addressed as to the additional amounts of greenhouse gas emissions directly attributed to the proposed 4,000 housing units. I'd also like to address the issue of the trucks. There will be many trucks having to come in to deliver the building materials. And then I concur with Michael Glickson, Resident Glickson's statement about bringing a rail in and putting the dirt in the rail. And you can keep the dust down with water. That's pretty standard these days. The other thing is that we're not against housing. We would like to see affordable housing built in the downtown area. And this would provide jobs for the trades unions, and along with the affordable housing that is built, you could bring in businesses that would provide jobs for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Lawson.
Actually, could we bring Cole Burchill back? He had some very important information that was just brushed over. And I believe that in order for us to actually do justice to this issue, we should ask him questions about the stance of Baykeeper and the agreements and documents that he had referred to.
So you have a question for a previous speaker?
Yeah, I was run over by the city clerk and was kind of shell shocked. But yes, that is true.
I don't think so. I think if any of you want to ask questions of any speaker, you're welcome to do it, but we're not going to bring back previous speakers. So,
all right, then I'll be on my tippy toes and I will call on them as I have a need. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Tom Lawson. Tom, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. I'm Tom Lawson, Business Manager of Plumbers and Steam Fitters UA Local 159. I will try to be brief and to the point. The city has been dealing with this site for numerous years. Richmond should not wait any longer to have this toxic site remediated. Delaying this project means more toxins will be released into the air and the surrounding waterways. Independent experts have clearly shown the best way to deal with the site's contamination is to treat, cap, and monitor the site. We trust the science, or I would not be here tonight to support this project. By approving this item, you are taking the necessary steps to not only make a brownfield in your city safer, but also taking action in addressing a housing crisis in the area. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and your time.
I have some questions for Mr. Lawson.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Lawson, you said that you're a business manager for the plumbers. Is that correct? Hello?
Hold on 1 moment. Let me go back and get him. He dropped to the bottom of the list after he spoke. Okay, here we are. Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Lawson, you said that you're the business manager for plumbers and whom else?
Pardon me?
You said you were the business manager for plumbers and who else?
Steam fitters.
Steam fitters, okay. So we could agree that you're not a scientist.
We can absolutely agree that I'm not a scientist.
Okay, great. And can you tell me why you would choose one scientist over another when this is such a controversial issue?
Well, I actually trust the California Department of Toxic Substances that came up with what would be the best way of dealing with this. I believe that took place last year on their findings, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, did you read the documents that they had based their decision on?
No, I did not. I was busy being the business manager supporting over 500 families in the county, trying to make those.
Yeah, well, I was busy being a council member, and that means that I did have to read them. And I can tell you that there are a lot of things that are missing, and that their decision was hasty.
You have a question, Councilmember Martinez? Do you have a question? This is an opportunity to ask questions, not to make statements.
Well, sometimes you need to make statements in order to lay the groundwork for the next question.
Well, why don't you ask the next question?
All right. So, would you agree that leaving toxins in the ground means there will be toxins being spread?
Possibly.
Okay, and possibly is good enough for you.
Possibly they would be spread. I can't say absolutely that they would or that they wouldn't.
And that ambiguity is okay with you.
In this case, considering the options, yes.
Okay, so I see that you've made your mind up. I guess that's where I'll leave you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claudia Jimenez. Claudia, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, City Council members. My name is Claudia Jimenez, a Richmond resident. Thank you, City staff, for the presentation and all the work to negotiate a community benefit agreement. But the problem is not the development, it's where it's going to be built. A Superfund site, we are proposing to build up to 4,000 units in a toxic land without adequate cleanup. This is a very controversial development that you are going to approve today without much information about the health risk. Again and again, our community is putting into position to decide between having clean air or jobs, having clean land or housing or economic development. Why is there no another scientific opinion besides the developer scientist? Independent scientific view that addresses the concern of many community members. The site can be developed, but first, the site needs to be saved. What this pandemic has shown us is that people become more vulnerable by living in contaminated sites and for air pollution. The DTSC should also be here to answer questions. What I am asking you today is to ask, is your family, children, grandchildren, and dear ones were going to live there? Let's be responsible and put health of Richmond residents first. Thank you.
I have questions of Claudia, so if I may. Claudia?
Yeah.
I heard you refer to this as a Superfund site when I hear other people referring to it as a brownfield. Can you tell me what the difference is between a Superfund site and a brownfield?
Well, I think like this is Superfund site because it has so many contaminants, like a lot of toxic contaminators that are going to put life at risk.
So what I'm hearing you say is that a Superfund site has more toxins than a brownfield, and therefore
Yes.
would require more stipulations and more care in dealing with.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah. Okay. So, do you have any idea why we're dealing with it? Why we're dealing with a Superfund site as a brownfield?
No, I don't have any idea. And I think like this is one thing that we need to address, that we need to make sure that we address these issues as what it is, and not trying to rush it and not trying to have a partial cleanup when we are talking about putting up to 44,000 units there.
Okay. All right then. Thanks so much, and we'll be looking forward to working with you later. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I've got a question for Councilmember-elect Jimenez as well.
Go ahead.
Councilmember-elect Jimenez, are you under the what do you think is a better option? Do you think that something similar to what we're going forward with matters, or we should be going forward with, but we need to take more time with it? Or is your view that we need to be pushing for something like option 6? And if it is for pushing for something like option 6,
who's this question? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, can I speak?
Yes, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Thank you. So I am not saying that which is the option, but I am saying that we need to take a minute and have another scientific opinion besides the developer scientists. Okay. And another thing is that we are taking the DTSC as the word, and many environmentalist groups have been challenged the perspective. Even the mayor in 2005 was challenging and criticizing DTSC because it's bureaucratic and because sometimes taking the side
but the logic makes sense.
Community. Yeah, so I am not saying anything about what is the right thing to do, but I think like we need to have more information so the public feel that this is going to be okay and is going to be safe for the people.
So while we're asking questions, I'm going to ask one. Ms. Jimenez, I'm looking at a list of Superfund sites right now published by the Environmental Protection Agency, and I only see 4 in Contra Costa, and it does not include this one. Where did you get your information that this was a Superfund site?
Well, this is not like, this is, as you say, yes, it's not a Superfund site, but has all the requirements to be a Superfund site. And the only one that is not there is that it hasn't been abandoned. And this is why the EPI brought it to California.
Well, again, I'm looking at the list. I only see 4 in Contra Costa County, and this
Well, this should be one more, I think. If you don't agree with me.
Let's move on. Okay, let's call the next.
Actually, I would like to answer your question.
No, we're gonna move on.
You don't want an answer to your own question? Okay.
No, I want to move on.
Okay.
Let's call the next speaker.
Okay.
Right. If you don't want to know, that's fine.
Our next speaker is Karen Franklin, followed by Stuart Flashman, Dave Severi, Marilyn Langlois, Jesse Stewart, caller with a phone number ending in 4562, Janet Johnson, the Richmond Firefighters Local 188 President, Sally Tobin, Ben Terrio, Franco DeMarinis, Gerardo Bloom, and Robert Brazio. Please be prepared to speak when your name is called. Karen, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
I have to unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Jael, I'm kind of going to address this mainly to you because I hear where you're coming from and I understand you don't want conspiratorial rants. So I get that. And I'm not going to go there, I hope. But nonetheless, you kind of got to admit that this saga does sound like a John Grisham thriller in some ways. We've got a Love Canal-esque plan to build 4,000 homes atop a massively toxic Superfund site along the shore of the San Francisco Bay. And by the way, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Martinez, it is listed on the US EPA's website as a Superfund site. Just look it up under Stauffer Chemical. We've got a multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical company angling to shed its albatross as it works to develop a vaccine to stop the global pandemic. We've got a real estate flipper who's been accused of bilking investors and hiding assets in shell companies. We've got a toxics remediation firm that's had to pay millions of dollars in fines for illegally dumping industrial waste and mishandling poisonous materials, and which just a few months ago during this pandemic blanketed a low-income community of color in Chicago with toxic dust. And we've got politicians paying scant attention to the threat of sea level rise and fast-tracking this project after these developers promised millions of dollars to pet projects. And so, I mean, Jael, these guys can say anything, you know, they can present themselves as the scientific experts. They can condescendingly label the public's concerns as ignorance and misunderstandings, but really the proof is in the pudding. You just look up their record of industrial accidents, worker injuries, worker deaths, pollution of low-income communities, and all this over the protests of the local residents in those communities. So like in plain language, this is an issue of environmental justice. And I just wish that you all could see that. These flippers are poised to make a killing. They're going to ride off into the sunset. They're going to leave a wake of slow moving destruction in the years to come, not just for Richmond, but for the entire San Francisco Bay Area and its ecosystem. And the permanent record is going to reflect that we tried and tried as loud as we could to warn you guys about what was happening, and our caution fell on deaf ears.
Hello. Sabrina, are you there?
I'm sorry. I accidentally muted myself. I'm sorry. Stuart Flashman, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Flashman, and I'm an environmental attorney. I represent some of the opponents of this project, but I also want to mention another thing about my past history, which is in the 1980s, I spent 6 years working at this site, Stauffer Chemical, as part of I was a senior research biologist at their Western Research Center. And I was there, I sent a letter in today, and I mentioned in that letter that I was there when the Coalinga earthquake happened, and the floor of the building I was on just rolled like it was ocean, because that's how strong the ground shaking was. And that was an earthquake that was 200 miles away, and it was only a 6.0. Imagine what an earthquake of 7.0, 1 mile away, is going to do to this site. I don't think you want to be placing 8-story buildings that are going to be anchored in bay mud on a site that is very subject to earthquakes. It doesn't sound me as a good idea, particularly when the area under the ground is full of toxics. Now, I know they're going to be treating those toxics in place,
but they don't even know where all of those toxics are. A lot of the cinder that's there, they don't have located yet because you'd have to dig it all up to locate it. My suggestion is that rather than try and treat in situ, when you're just pumping stuff down there to whatever it's doing, is you dig it up and you treat it and then you take it away. And if you do that, then you know it's treated. Then when you're putting it on the trucks or on the rail cars, it's not going to be all dangerous because you've treated it. That seems to make more sense than trying to truck it off untreated or leave it sitting there in the ground with sea level rise happening. And by the way, DTSC and their analysis did not even discuss the sea level rise that's happening now because they got it wrong. They were using data from 2014. The new data says that sea level rise is much faster than they had ever considered. And yet they went forward and did it.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Dave Savuri. Dave, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
I have questions, please.
Okay,
Yep.
hold on one moment, Dave.
I have questions of Stuart.
Okay, let me go back and grab Stuart. Hold on one moment.
I was muted. I was wondering why you weren't responding. My apologies.
Okay, Stuart. Stuart, are you there? Hold on one moment. I've got to go try to dig them up. They go down to the bottom of the list when they're done speaking. Hold on one moment. Let me see if I can find them. Stuart, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, there we are.
Thank you. You had a question?
Yes, I have several questions. As you know, I've been working with the East Bay Mud because they're in charge of groundwater.
Mhm.
And
well, they actually, that's not true. The East Bay Mud doesn't handle groundwater. That's the Regional Water Quality Control Board. East Bay Mud does have some limited involvement in groundwater. I used to be on the board of East Bay Mud, by the way.
Yeah.
But they have limited involvement in groundwater. But that's some of the areas. I believe the area the closest to here is in San Leandro. They're using some shallow groundwater for emergency water storage.
No,
not in
actually,
certainly not in the Oakland, Berkeley, Richmond area. There's too much toxics down there.
No, there because of the new sustainable groundwater policy that was passed several years ago.
Oh,
they have had to have different entities become responsible for groundwater.
Right. Well, I hadn't been aware that East Bay Mud was responsible now for this area.
Right. East Bay Mud is responsible for the areas from Pinole all the way down through Hayward, where so anyway, I put them in touch with Professor Hill from UC Berkeley.
Counselor, what's your question? This is an opportunity to ask questions.
Relax. I
want to hear what the question is, but
yes. Okay.
Explain what it is.
So the question is how will sea level rise affect groundwater beneath the Zeneca site as well as the surrounding area?
Well, there's a letter we got from a person who specializes in groundwater issues. His name is Matt Hageman. I sent that letter in today. And what's going to happen as the groundwater level rises let me start. With sea level rise, the sea level will rise. And the groundwater, because this area is right next to the bay, the groundwater level is very much influenced by the sea level. And what you're going to find is as the sea level rises, the groundwater is going to infiltrate in and the groundwater level will rise, but the fresh water will float on top of the salt water because salt water is heavier than fresh water. So what you'll have is that the new salt water that's coming in from the sea level rise will push up the existing groundwater level. And so the whole groundwater level will rise, but it will rise in layers, so to speak.
Oh, okay. And how will that since the toxics are underground,
Right.
do we have any idea how the salt water will interact with the toxins in the soil?
Well, one of the things about I mean, I know they're talking about in treating the toxics that are underground in situ, which means they're pumping, as it was explained, they're going to be, for some of the things, they'll be pumping bacteria down there. For other things, they'll be pumping other chemicals that they hope will neutralize or immobilize the toxics. One of the issues that I haven't seen addressed in any of the documents that I've read, and I've read through the full DTSC report, and I've read through the various other items that are in the record here, and I don't see anything that talks about how long it's going for this in situ treatment to be fully effective. And that's an important point, because as groundwater levels are rising, it's going to be coming up and hitting this stuff that's down there. If it hits the stuff before it's been treated, particularly the cinder, it's going to release sulfuric acid, and this sulfuric acid will then mobilize the heavy metals that are located down there. And now you've got a really seriously problematic situation with the groundwater rising and carrying with it the mobilized heavy metals.
Hey, listen, guys, let's try to wind this up. You know.
Well, he was asking what's the effect of the groundwater.
Let's try to keep the questions short and keep the answers short. This is not a.
Well, no, I'm sorry, Mayor, but this is a hearing. It's not something that you just rush through because you're impatient. People need to know these things. They need to understand what they're deciding on, especially council members. I'm curious as to why I'm the only one asking questions, because these are important questions. These are things that everyone needs to know before they make a decision.
That's fine. I just want to keep it concise.
Well, I will try and keep it concise. I've been trying to answer directly the questions, and the questions are complicated because the whole situation is complicated.
Well, you're a smart guy, Mr. Flashman. So let's keep it concise and try to move on.
All right, thank you. So at any rate, the answer is that whether the toxics, whether the groundwater is perfectly harmless or whether it's going to create a lot of damage, depends very much on answers that we don't have at the moment, at least not in what I've seen in the record, in terms of how long this in situ remediation is going to take. If it's going to take 5 years, it may be fine. If it's going to be taking 10 years or 15 years, it's not going to be so fine, because as was mentioned in the documents, the toxics are the places where they put the toxics at the moment are about 1 foot above the current groundwater level. Well, we're expecting 1 foot of groundwater increase by 2030. That's 10 years. And that's not even taking into account the issues of storm surge and king tides, which will raise the ground level somewhat, not a huge amount, because a storm surge is going to last only as long as the storm. So it'll push a little more of that salt water in there, but it won't stay there. It'll come back out when the storm goes away.
Okay, well, I think you're getting repetitive. Let's move on.
Actually, he's not being repetitive. If you pay attention to what he's saying, you can see that what he's saying hasn't been said yet.
Well,
this is his first time to mention.
I'm gonna call this out of order. We're gonna
asking questions is out of order. Trying to find out what we're voting on is out of order. I don't understand.
I think if you or any other council member wants to ask a question, we can get a concise answer from somebody. For the time being, that's fair, but that's not where we're going. So I'm gonna.
Well, we're on the road to truth. We're on the road to facts. If you don't want to go there,
if you want to make a motion to let this speaker talk as long as he wants.
No.
Many questions. Go ahead, make a motion. Otherwise, I'm ruling.
I shouldn't have to make a motion to allow people to answer questions.
No, you're out of order unless you want to make.
I'm not out of order.
You are out of order. Okay.
You're out of order.
Let's move on, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Okay. If you force me to.
Madam Clerk, call the next speaker, please.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Dave Severity.
I move that we. I make a motion that we allow people speak and answer questions so that we know what it is we're talking about.
Oh, we're trying to do that. We're just.
Well, no, you're not trying to do that. You're trying to shut people up.
Well, that's your motion. What's your motion again?
That we allow people to ask questions and to answer them.
Okay, second, if it gets us to move on, please.
Okay, okay. So your motion is let people talk as long as they want to talk and let you ask as many questions as you want to ask, right?
No, that's not my motion.
Well, what is your motion?
My motion is that we're allowed, we, not me. You're personalizing this. When you say
you're the only one asking questions, so
I know
both of you are personal,
and that really surprises me because there's a lot of questions that need to be asked,
well, look,
and I'm the only one asking them, which really boggles my mind because this is a very important issue, and these questions need to be answered so that we can make informative decisions.
What is your motion?
My motion was to allow all speakers or all council members to ask pertinent questions and for the respondents to answer them in whatever way they deem necessary in order to make their position understood.
And however long it takes, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, all right, is there a second?
I said I seconded it before and I heard it before, so there
All right,
is.
Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates?
No.
Councilmember Choi?
I'm not really sure what I'm voting for because this is kind of what the ground rules were when we started. But based on the interpretation of this motion or what I assume it's going to be, I'm going to say no.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick? Councilmember Myrick? Absent. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes, I mean, no, I'm sorry.
The motion fails.
Actually,
Councilmembers Martinez and Willis voting yes, and Councilmember Myrick absent.
Okay, now having gone through that, you know, traditionally we have allowed council members to occasionally ask questions and the speakers to answer them. As long as we do this in a reasonable way, then I'm inclined to allow it. But I think we need to move this on. So let's call the next speaker.
Before we go on, I'd like to say that I got a text of someone saying that people are trying to call in and they're getting invalid IDs. They're getting an invalid ID message. This has been going on for quite a while.
Well, when we get done here, we're going to give an opportunity for anybody who was unable to speak to try to make contact and speak. So that's our aim, is to let everybody have an opportunity. So let's move on. Call the next speaker, Madam Clerk, please.
Our next speaker is Dave Savory. Mr. Savory, you have 2 minutes. You may begin. Dave, you there?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Hey, good evening. My name is Dave Savory. I'm a Richmond resident. I want to start off by applauding Sherry's presentation and thorough research on the public health risks and evident danger of letting this project proceed. While the efforts of Ms. Connolly and the development team are well-intentioned, I was particularly struck by her admission that this would not be a full or comprehensive remediation of the site. After familiarizing myself with the over 100-year history of industrial activity on the Bay campus and the extensive use of chemicals known to harm humans, I'm opposed to anything short of complete remediation before any kind of development takes place. Councilmember Merrick, in his comments before the public were allowed to speak, expressed that there are simply no good options, which not only embraces a scarcity mindset, but which is simply not true. As an earlier resident noted, there is no reason that the Zeneca Corporation couldn't clean up the site itself. We do not need to let a multinational corporation off the hook, and doing so would set a dangerous precedent for future efforts to hold corporations accountable for damage to our people and planet. While I understand the very real urgency to address the housing affordability crisis in our region, Richmond can do its part to produce more homes by pursuing development opportunities in locations that are not on highly toxic soil. We should prioritize transit-oriented developments and housing that's close to existing city services over the proposed base sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marilyn Langlois. Marilyn, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Langlois. I'm a Richmond resident and former chair of the Planning Commission. The presentation about this project shows that it has some many very attractive aspects to it with the public spaces and everything. It could be a nice place to live if it weren't located on a very, very toxic waste dump. So I do think that it would be premature for you tonight approve this item and ask you to get more information. Considering the substantial changes in the nature of the description from the Richmond Bay specific plan to this current project, the former being predominantly research and development and retail with just a little bit of housing, and this and current project is predominantly housing. It's a very different plan, so it should have both a new EIR and a new human health risk assessment. We're talking about a change from 1,500 homes to 4,000 homes. That's a lot of people, including pregnant women, babies, little kids, older people living there all the time. So that needs to be assessed. And a part of the additional information, you should have a presentation on what a complete cleanup according to option 6 would actually look like. I'm sure there are technologies out there, safeguards that can make it happen safely. It's not expensive. It would be expensive and labor intensive. It could provide a lot of good jobs for hazardous waste removal. And AstraZeneca, this multi-billion-dollar transnational corporation, can certainly afford to pay for it. And finally, remember that you've had a community advisory group for over 15 years of dedicated volunteer residents and resident experts who have been looking into this. Please listen to the community advisory group and take what they say to heart and take your time with this. Do not rush it through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessie Stewart. Jessie, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, and members of the City Council. Since 2016, I've had the privilege of serving as Executive Director for the Richmond Promise, an initiative many of you played a part in visioning and championing from the beginning. I joined tonight not as a housing or environmental expert, but in my capacity as a champion for educational equity through the Richmond Promise and as a resident of Richmond, to express gratitude on behalf of the thousands of future scholars who stand to benefit from the community benefits agreement outlined for the Richmond Campus Bay project. Over the past 4 years, our vision to catalyze a college-going and graduating culture throughout Richmond is best exemplified by the over 1,500 Richmond Promise scholars who now represent our city at over 100 different colleges and universities across the country. Over 70% of Richmond Promise students are first in their family to go to college. And if you've had the privilege of meeting any of our scholars, you know that the future of Richmond is bright. So many of these students have aspirations to come back, give back, work, live, thrive, and lead in their home community. A promise is something that you keep. And with our eye on long-term, multi-generational change, the Promise is more than a program. It's truly a community-wide, student-driven movement that will thrive through cross-sector investment and partnership from our community. With the future in mind, I'd like to thank the Richmond City Council and Shop Off and Hilco teams for demonstrating our community's promise in action through this community benefits agreement, which will impact thousands of future scholars and support our goal of sustaining the promise for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a phone caller with the phone number ending in 4562. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, this is Carolyn Graves. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Greetings, City Council members. My name is Carolyn Graves, and I have been a resident of Richmond for over 30 years. I live within sight of the Zeneca Campus Bay property, and I've also, because of that, and what I heard of it, I've been a member of the community advisory group that is chartered under DTSC. So I'm very familiar with the documents that DTSC has on their website, as well as those that the developer and, well, actually Zenica's consultants have created over the last 15 plus years. Based on this information, I urge you to listen to the overwhelming public support asking you to vote no on the proposal in front of you tonight. The incoming City Council made it clear during their campaigns that they supported updates to the EIR and key sections of the DTSC documents, which were not only one, but often sometimes two major releases out of date. That means they used outdated data. And that meant the documents were upwards of 3 or more years out of date. The public responded positively to these campaigns, voting each of the progressive candidates into the incoming City Council. Please respect the will of the voters and allow the incoming City Council to make the decisions regarding this site. Since the voters clearly indicated they are still interested in seeing a full and complete dig and haul cleanup, and not just a small treatment in place and then building housing on top of what the 95% of toxics that are proposed being left in place. Also, why keep saying truckloads when talking about alternative 6? The contaminated soil was brought in by train and it can be removed by train. The community has consistently over the past 8 years asked for that trains be used
Carolyn,
to haul it
your time
out.
has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janet Johnson. Janet, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Janet Johnson. I've been a Richmond resident for 39 years. I live within a mile of the proposed development, and I'm a coordinator of Sunflower Alliance. I first want to address Councilmember Myrick's remarks about rhetoric. This is the third public meeting I've attended on this subject, and I've yet to hear any talk about conspiracy theories, except for what Karen brought up. Corruption, or anyone called Trumpian. I also wanted to address the DTSC. This past September, the governor vetoed AB 995, which would have given the DTSC money they need to do their job. They have a standing deficit of nearly $30 million. This is the only regulatory and permitting agency at the California EPA without an oversight board. And it's been under fire in recent years for regulatory failures and mismanagement. It's true we have a housing shortage in Richmond. It would be helpful if we knew how many units in this project would be affordable to our residents. The residential standard has to be the highest standard for development. Residents of Bayview Hunters Point and Treasure Island are dealing with the horrible health effects of toxic waste left in the ground under their homes. There are other scenarios besides the 3 that Councilmember Myrick mentions. The toxic materials can be dug up, treated to reduce their toxicity, put in containers, and shipped by train to a permitted hazardous waste site. I ask you, council members in favor, knowing what you've heard about the toxics and the seismic dangers, would you want to live there? Would you want your children or your grandchildren to live there? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a representative from the Richmond Firefighters Local 188. Please state your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters Local 188. I'm calling in support of this project. Let's face it, Richmond needs revenue. And this land is going to sit there for many years doing nothing if it does not pass. You need to approve this project. I think it's important to point out the additional community benefits, jobs, the support of at-risk youth programs, affordable housing. We're facing a severe housing crisis throughout the Bay Area, and this project will help alleviate some of the housing prices that are within the city reasonable by providing a significant increase to our housing supply. This project can bring up to 4,000 new housing units to Richmond. More inventory is best to keep housing prices affordable. We have an obligation to our community to help support this project. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Sally Tobin. I'm a Richmond resident. And I'd like to say that the proposed project amounts to a large experiment in toxic exposure that will cause individuals and families to suffer. If the project is approved without requiring a complete removal of contaminated soil, cases of cancer and birth defects and low birth weight babies will result in lawsuits that will readily exhaust $25 million. Those lawsuits will be justified because you will have failed in your duty to safeguard the health and well-being of Richmond residents. Voting for a cleanup scheme involving injections of mayonnaise and bacteria is like betting against the law of gravity. Ms. Connolly actually promoted misunderstandings in her description of the risks of removing soil. I wonder if she is worried about cost, because if removal is done legally, protocols for worker protection, covered loads, and bunkers at delivery will avoid exposure of workers and communities. So why am I talking about low birth weight babies? There are many similarities between the proposed project site and Love Canal. There was a startling number of low birth weight babies at Love Canal in addition to cancers and birth defects. Low birth weight babies are carried to term but weigh 5.5 pounds or less. At birth, they are at risk for respiratory distress, brain bleeds, a serious heart defect, blindness, and jaundice, and are 20 times more likely to die in infancy. As they grow, they have increased risk of mental illness, heart disease, high blood pressure, and intellectual deficits. Where is the justice in that? This proposal needs further study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. On this project, we, the residents of the city, have an excellent opportunity with the Richmond Campus Bay project. We have limited land resources, and it's great to see such a comprehensive housing plan and community benefit before us. City staff should be congratulated for their diligence and determination to ensure that Richmond residents have a safe project and an agreement that touches on such a broad cross-section of our community, from the needs of obviously housing, commerce, and benefits from education to trails and community centers. On housing, we are facing a severe affordability issue in our city, and this project will help keep housing prices reasonable and providing a significant increase in our housing stock. More housing is the best way to keep housing prices affordable. Additionally, the CBA will provide direct grants totaling nearly $1 million to at-risk youth programs, which are numerous in our city and necessary to divert young people from crime. On the environmental impacts, which are fair concerns that have been addressed for decades almost now, experts, including the DTSC, have told the council that the safest and best way for our community to deal with the contamination of this site is to treat, cap, and monitor on site. Digging up and shipping the truckloads or rail cars was determined by the DTSC to not be the best option. Taking an approach and asking for these truckloads to be dropped off is just unreasonable. And then for the environmental reasons that have been highlighted tonight, I mean, does anyone seriously think that an earthquake or sea level rise that occurs anywhere in the city won't cause a reawakening of environmental issues no matter where they're at? The entire shoreline, which has housing in it already, has the same issues at hand. By that metric, for earthquakes, the entire city. So all of that is built on previously contaminated soil. I think a lot of people are trying to just kill the project, and I think was something that we need to move forward on it. And it is a safe way to do it, and we need to follow and vote yes on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Franco De Marinis. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name's Franco DeMarinis, or Grover DeMarinis. Generally, I'm speaking to you guys as the president of the Panhandle Annex Neighborhood Council, but tonight I'm just speaking on my own. I'd like to say, I live a stone's throw away from this site. Any work on this site, I'm realistic, as a physicist, is going to have a negative impact on my life. And I mean an environmental negative impact. And I am for cleaning it up completely. I feel that if we're going to dig it, we should deal with it and deal with it once and be done with it. Digging out more dirt will cause more contamination. That's guaranteed in the short term. But what we really need to think about are a lot of the points that Stuart brought up about the long-term effects of leaving it there. And we haven't really seen enough about the long-term impacts of this. We hear a lot about the short-term impacts. They've scared us with talking about 50,000 truckloads having to move stuff. And that's a bad reality, but it's a reality. They've scared us with this as being dumped in someone else's backyard. That's not the case. It can be remediated on site, or it can be put someplace where no one lives, which we do with a lot of our waste, unfortunately, another reality. But I feel that if we don't clean it up now, we'll never have a chance to do it again. And we don't know what the future troubles we're going to have from it are going to be if we leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gerardo Blum. Gerardo, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Gerardo Blum. I live in this city for 30 years, and I was able to raise my family and buy a home thanks for being a union carpenter. We have this development where there is no commitment to employ union carpenters in the project. I am very concerned for the 500 union carpenters that live in this city like me, that have to find work all over Bay Area. And here we have the opportunity to create work, and yet there is no formal commitment to employ carpenters in the project. I want to hear tonight from our elected officials that carpenters will have a real shot to work in this project, or tell the developer to come back in 2 weeks with a commitment or sorry, no deal. The city of Richmond should have built-in solid language to guarantee employment of union craft person living in Richmond. We need a commitment, not just well wishes. AstraZeneca current owner, it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Please don't take the skin off our backs to make this project pencil out. This is a toxic site. Workers need to be paid the premium rate to work out here, not cut rate non-union wages determined by labor brokers that will turn this site into a crime scene of illegal pay schemes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Robert Brazio, followed by a caller with phone number ending in 0352, another caller with phone number ending in 0977, Tim Lipscomb, Sarah Sustine, Sarah Thies, John Delaramopoulos, Paul McKilkenny, Kevin Van Berzik, Gail McLaughlin, Jan Corrent, Jim Hansen, Igor Trugub, Fletcher, and David Crafton. Please be prepared to speak when your name is called. Robert, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, council members. For over 50 years, Allied Propane Service, of which I am an employee of, has proudly operated as a Richmond business, located at our 5000 Seaport Avenue, immediately south of the Zeneca site property. As recent as the November 19, 2020 Richmond Planning Commission meeting, the developer of the campus project, Shopoffs Realty's toxic site expert, had the audacity to suggest to the public that their plan included, quote, no residential use on the first floor of buildings and prohibited uses in certain locations, end quote, apparently to protect the safety of residents. Despite all these known environmental atrocities, Richmond Planning Commission supported the development of housing in a Superfund area. We asked for common sense. The decisions between Shopoff Realty and the City of Richmond have shown no consideration for the concerns of the Harborfront track area, which includes streets 49th, 50th, 51st, Seaport, and Montgomery. The environmental damage and toxic exposure present on the Zeneca site do not stop at the property line. Many of these environmental problems have tragically encroached into the water table, affecting longtime business and property owners. We implore you place children and families at at immediate risk by building homes on this toxic waste site, and we ask for your consideration. Where's the common sense in these decisions? Who will consider the safety of our families, workers, and environment? If what is the city council's role if not to be advocates for the people? After all, it is government's primary role. As a property owner and business,
your time has
we
expired.
oppose the
Thank you.
development of the Seneca site without.
Our next speaker with a phone number ending in 0352. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please state your. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Margaret Child. I'm a 20-year Richmond resident, and I have been following this issue at the Seneca site pretty much since I moved here. And there are some things that have come up, and I don't believe that many people know about them. And one is I've been attending the CAG meetings. And at one point there was a presentation by a company that was authorized, I think, by DETSC to do a removal project. And so they had this removal project. They were very proud of what they did. And they worked for 3 months, and they kept dust down and no contamination anywhere. And so if it can be done on a small project like that, then I don't see any reason why it can't be used in a larger project. And maybe even they were using trucks. And why limit ourselves to one mode of transportation? I believe that the dangers of leaving the contaminants in the soil far outweigh any considerations about the cost or the time or whatever of taking the toxins out of the site. And if they are left there, and as the water levels do rise, and as the sea level gets into those toxins, it's going to move it out into the bay, and it's going to contaminate the entire bay area. So, folks, we really need to take this into consideration and be very, very careful and very diligent about exploring all the possibilities that could happen in the worst possible situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is caller with a phone number ending in 0977. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Hello. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Sylvia Ledesma. I'm a Richmond resident, and I've been a union carpenter for about 20 years. As a Latina woman in the trades, I've been looking for opportunities for young people, for women, and for my own community. And I'm against this development. My union reps have informed me that the developers of the Seneca property of the Campus Bay have failed to make a commitment to the carpenters. Well, we represent about 70% of the workforce on most projects. The carpenters, like myself and others, have to. There's no commitment that they will have the opportunities to work in this development. Tired of seeing a workforce traveling from the valley onto even other states or sites. Well, the developer wants to cut costs. They are asking that the cost be to the workers and that the one that builds the communities and the residents of Richmond. For this reason, I cannot support this development. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Lipscomb. You have 2 minutes. Tim, you may begin.
Mayor, council members, staff, members of the public, and the applicant. My name is Tim Lipscomb, and I am the Director of Organizing for the Carpenters Union. We're speaking tonight about opportunities for our members who live in Richmond. 500 members, 100 of those apprentices, and 90% of that total are people of color. There is no commitment between the Carpenters Union and the applicant, but there is a commitment between the applicant and other construction trades that make up 15% of the work on site and collectively have 35 apprentices that live in Richmond. The Carpenters Union is the union that represents the general contractor that oversees the whole project and is responsible for all crafts, and who at the end of the day is legally responsible through Assembly Bill 1701 to ensure that all subcrafts are paid correctly and that the site is safe for all. Yet this is the union they have excluded from any fundamental commitment. If this is going to be their process moving forward, it's flawed, and we should be worried. You need to be leery tonight of empty promises that are referred to as good faith efforts and competitive pricing from the developers. This typically means not going to happen. Whatever they say tonight in regards to the carpenters, we ask that it be tangible, enforceable, and that it guarantees Richmond residents a real shot at working on this project. If not, then you will see an onslaught of workers arriving from the valley and out of state. Please do not take the skin off our backs to subsidize Zeneca, who are the true owners of this site right now, that are selling the land to the applicants. Zeneca has a lot of money. The last time I checked, the market is not bursting with buyers to buy highly contaminated toxic waste sites. Hold the applicant responsible, who should hold Zeneca accountable. The workers who build this project should be paid the premium prevailing rate to put their bodies and their health on the line. Thank you, and I hope to hear comments from the council as well as the applicant on my points tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Sustin. Sarah, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Okay, I assume you can hear me.
Yes.
So many people said so many things that I agree with, and I don't want to be redundant, too redundant anyway. But toxicity to me is obviously blatant, and I really appreciate Sherry's report on that, including the geology and about all the landfill, and that it's not compacted landfill. It's not landfill that was meant to be built on. It was landfill that was just dumped. So that's one thing. And we know what happens with landfill during earthquakes. We also know about sea rise. But the transit thing, to say this is near a transit hub and calling the ferry terminal a transit hub seems like a myth. The ferry is only basically a commuter ferry to San Francisco. And connecting buses from there happen when the ferry's there. And meanwhile, how are people going to get from this proposed development to the ferry terminal? I mean, it's not like it's around the corner. So to me, saying it's near a transit hub is just a myth. It's trying to make something sound right. Anyway, so thank you for Stuart Flashman and Eduardo's questions and many other amazing comments. And I will include what Janet said of, would you be willing to live there? Do you want to live there? Any of you council people who are so gung-ho to develop on a toxic landfill. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Theis. Sarah, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Sarah Theis. I live in Richmond. I have 3 questions for the council members, and people have already mentioned earthquakes and sea level rise, but lots of other things can happen to ruin a project or to cause problems with a long-term project like this. So here are my questions. I'm really concerned about protecting the city and the taxpayers. And first, does this development agreement permit Shopoff to sell the property before it's developed? And assuming so, does the city have any input or control over who the buyer is? I don't know very much at all about commercial real estate, but as you may know, one of Shopoff's specialties is entitlement, that is acquiring land, working on the permits, permissions, et cetera, necessary to build on the property, and then selling to entities that actually do the development. This strategy is explained in the website for Shopoff Realty Investment, which says it seeks to maximize upside by focusing on the entitlement of land and the repositioning of commercial assets where it believes it has the most control and return opportunity. I raise this question because I was initially under the impression that Shopoff would actually be developing the site, but now I'm wondering. And then my second question is, does the agreement protect the city if the applicant is foreclosed on? At the Planning Commission meeting, one commissioner asked about what might happen if the applicant went bankrupt, but I don't recall questions about other possibilities such as foreclosure or short sale, both of which Shopoff has gone through in its development projects per public records. And then the final question is, has the city done an appropriate due diligence investigation into the applicant's legal and financial background? Mr. Shopoff, in addition to heading up Shopoff Realty, is president of Shopoff Securities, which among other things offers securities that are primarily sponsored by Shopoff Realty Investments. So a perusal of Google and easily available public document and sources regarding these two interrelated companies shows numerous lawsuits, some settled for millions, some dismissed, and some pending. I just assume the city does due diligence research like this prior to entering into such a momentous agreement like the one at hand, but I haven't heard it discussed, so I'm raising the question. And so for these reasons, answering these questions and the others people have mentioned tonight, I urge you to postpone the decision until this matter and all the others mentioned tonight can be looked into. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Dalrymple. John, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is John Dalrymple. I'm the former executive director of the Central Labor Council. I helped found Richmond Vision 2000. I was on the board of Transform, which is the main advocacy group for transportation policy, progressive transportation policy in the area. I'm urging you to vote and move this project forward and approve it. It was heard by the Planning Commission. It was, I think, a very constructive hearing. I listened and participated in that. They voted unanimously to bring this and recommend this, that you do approve it. I've been listening to the opposition, and I feel like they've made the case. That's why it's important and urgent for you to move forward tonight. Clearly, this developer is bringing the capital to deal with the type of, well been described, the kind of contamination that the site, it's not a Superfund site, by the way, but the kind of contamination that is there, and it is serious. And we need the capital. And the science and the techniques they're going to use to mitigate this environmental hazard is the science says that they are choosing the right technique. But the other issues I want to emphasize the importance of the community benefits. I'm speaking for about 200 of mechanical craft trade unions, electricians, plumbers, sheet metal workers, and sprinkler fitters in the city. We'll have a few dozen apprentices. We make up about 25% of the work that's going to be built on this project. But every construction job there is going to be covered under the first source and local hire. I'm confident that the carpenters are going to find work on this project. I feel Shopoff has a commitment to see that happens. So I'd urge you to move forward. We need the housing, we need the jobs, and we need this site remediated. So move forward tonight, approve the project, and let's bring this. I think it's going to turn out to be a fabulous contribution to the Richmond community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Kilkenny. Paul, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Paul Kilkenny, Richmond resident. An estimate that it would take $100 million to clean up Stauffer Chemical and the firm that proposed and did a $20 million cleanup 20 years ago has left our city with a mess. An inadequate cleanup left us with a host of volatile gas, contaminated groundwater, and plumes of chemicals and metals migrating to neighboring businesses and the shoreline where fish, birds, and other critters forage, nest, and take refuge when storms roll in from the Pacific. Whatever your view is, you think it has sat vacant too long, you believe something will trickle into surrounding neighborhoods, you want jobs, you trust the developer, we need housing, you trust DTSC. Common sense tells me a proposal to put 4,000 residents on top of a site that for 100 years manufactured stuff that has left a soup of cancer-causing volatile and leaching gas, chemicals, and metals is ignorant. It is said that you can cure ignorance by getting more information, but that you can't fix stupid. Don't be stupid. Don't make the mistake of ignoring advocacy groups. And I took a screenshot of the EPA website, and it is listed as a Superfund site, and it's only listed as Campus Bay, and there's an EPA ID number with this screenshot from the EPA website. The Richmond Southeast Shoreline Area Community Advisory Group that has met regularly with DTSC for 15 years has been patient and persistent. They've uncovered history and data that was left out, not studied, or maybe just ignored. I encourage the City Council tonight to vote no on this project and give us time to get a better project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Van Bursket. Kevin, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, council members, staff. I'm here tonight representing Local 104 and the dozens of members that we have that live in Richmond, all from retirees to apprentices to active members. I'm here to ask you to take action tonight to approve Campus Bay project. Richmond shouldn't wait for the diversity of housing that this project will bring. 4,000 houses, many of them at below market rate. With the COVID killing many jobs, these jobs are needed. Shop Off and Hilco have entered into agreement with the mechanical crafts. You've heard that. We support this project. You've done the due diligence we believe is needed enough to put our members out there and have our members working. We're the building trades and the trades are the safest workers on the planet here in Contra Costa County. We work closely with Richmond Build to create greater opportunity for at-risk workers to gain entry into good middle-class jobs, sustainable jobs with sustainable wages, sustainable health care, sustainable pensions for their days of retirement. Richmond shouldn't wait any longer to have this site remediated. Monitor, build it, get the benefits from this project now. I think you've done everything that you need to do for the benefit of the majority of Richmond residents. One thing I wouldn't do there, if we did anything, is don't allow modular housing. That takes the jobs away from Richmond and puts them at some modular plant somewhere, who knows where. But I wouldn't, that'd be one thing I'd be opposed to. Anyway, thank you for your time and thank you for your due diligence and hard work on this very important project for the citizens of Richmond. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gail McLaughlin. You have 2 minutes, Gail. You may begin. Gail, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. You may begin. Thank you.
Gail McLaughlin, council member elect. The community has been demanding a robust cleanup of this site for more than 17 years. We pushed for DTSC to take charge of the site and formed a community advisory group to push DTSC to do the right thing. And we're still pushing them. Mayor Butt has been making the argument that since DTSC is allowing this development without a full cleanup, we have nothing to fear. Over recent days, the mayor has called DTSC, quote, California's highly qualified agency in charge of toxic cleanups, end quote. But that is a far cry from what he said in 2005. Here's what Mayor Butt said, referring to DTSC in 2005. He said that they are essentially incapable of doing anything other than sitting at desks and shuffling paper. In the end, effective resolution of these problems usually falls to ordinary citizens, end quote. How true. Mayor Butt is making a serious mistake today in defending DTSC. Recent state reports and continuous failures to protect the public health indicate that they are a captured regulator, capitulating to the developers and corporations they are supposed to regulate. The California Legislative Joint Oversight Committee in 2019 has said DTSC has an inadequate and unresponsive regulatory program. A recent state audit, as of a few months ago, this past June, indicates serious failures by this agency, putting the public at risk and failing to live up to its mission. I'd like to end with a quote by consumer advocate Liza Tucker, who wrote, "Californians understand the connection between illness and toxic chemicals. DTSC exists to protect them. If it chooses not to, it risks becoming obsolete." You really need to hold off on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Corinth. Jane, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello. Tonight I am hearing from those in favor of this development that this is Richmond's only chance to clean up the site. I concur with those who have said, hold AstraZeneca responsible. We're talking about a Fortune 200 company, a multinational that now, because of the coronavirus, is on the brink of increasing their value exponentially by cashing in on a new vaccine. The saviors of our public health in the pandemic, do they want publicity about the toxic mess that they have left a poor city in California, a poor city? The majority of residents are people of color. They are not people of means. You've heard very passionate testimony here. And I know that the mayor has reversed his position on this. Well, what if the mayor and the city council and all of the brilliant testimony that you heard from Richmond's advocates, people who care about this city, got together? We know how to publicize. When we defeated Chevron 6 years ago, we made the national news. Well, let's make the national news again and hold this company accountable. That's the solution to cleaning up this site thoroughly, not making a compromise with the devil, not making a compromise that puts people's lives at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jim Hansen, followed by Igor Tragub, Fletcher David Cafton, Paul Carmen, Scott Littlehale, Mike Parker, Deborah Bayer, and our final speaker for this item tonight will be Charles Davidson. Jim, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, members of the council. Jim Hansen, I'm president of the Richmond Heights Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking as an individual tonight. And I'm going to ask you to look at another side of this, which is the fiscal and the legal aspects of this that I really deserve a lot closer attention. The fiscal reports have not been discussed tonight before you. And I would tell you that there is no wastewater, police, or fire cost information except on a per capita basis, but not actual estimated costs, as part of the EIR. And therefore, this severely limits, in my opinion, the city consultant's ability to provide you with really what the possible benefit or actually loss is to the city from this project. Number two, please take a look at this development agreement very, very carefully. It's scary. The financing piece has the developer determining the financing mechanism. Yes, you have a little wiggle room, but if you try to hire a consultant that says, well, I don't know what you're doing is right, they have the right to veto any consultant you would want to hire. This really seems just not acceptable. And I think you need to look at this carefully with legal and your city manager. Another point, the no action to impede project approvals. There are 16 items you have no room to move on in the development agreement. And getting back to wastewater, one of them includes your ability to limit or restrict the availability of public utilities, including sewage capacity rights, limiting their sewage capacity rights. What's that about? Lastly, the housing. Are your sons and daughters going to be afford a $900,000 condominium as a result of this project? Please look at these carefully. This is not ready for prime time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Igor Tregev. Igor, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, members of the City Council. I serve as the immediate past chair of the Sierra Club San Francisco Bay chapter, and I'm here tonight to ask you to postpone a decision until the newly elected council is sworn in, and a subsequent EIR for this project can be done, taking into account new sea level rise projections. The EIR and the addendum do not adequately analyze the impacts of sea level rise and how the toxic site will be inundated in the future, causing a release of major, very toxic substances into the bay. An addendum to the Richmond Bay specific plan for the campus bay is not sufficient because of the complexity of the Zeneca site. The addendum almost doubles the allowance number of residential units, and because there is no clay liner or other barrier underneath the toxic laced fill to contain the contamination as would be required in a hazardous waste facility, which is under the temporary cap, the toxic plumes are already flowing off-site and onto the UC Richmond field station and the harborfront businesses, which are adjacent, and into the San Francisco Bay. More than 100 chemicals of concern, including heavy metals, pesticides, and PCBs, remain after several incomplete remediations. Many of these chemicals, the dirty dozen, as they're called, are known to cause cancer, reproductive damage, and other health problems. The synergistic effect of mixing these chemicals of concern, as was done here, leads to unknown consequences and health impacts. And I wanted to just, in closing, mention some environmental justice impacts of approving this. The California Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment ranks this area on its Cowan virus screen map
Igor,
is disadvantaged.
your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Please hold off on approving this tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fletcher. Fletcher, please state your last name for the record. You may begin. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Frynrare Fletcher, Frynrare Fletcher. Good evening. My name is, well, I just told you, Frynrare Fletcher, and I'm a Richmond resident. I was raised here. I live here now. I called in last meeting about this, and I am calling in again because it is very important for us Richmond residents. I'm here to ask you to approve the Campus Bay project. I have something a lot of Richmond residents can use. A good middle-class working job as a union apprentice plumber, UA Local 159 Contra Costa. I have an actual career in the skilled trades, not some job with no future. I have an actual career. I still look forward to helping build my city. I'm proud of the fact that the Campus Bay project, if you approve it, will have young people on the job learning a skilled trade as enrollees in our training program like I have. For a decade or more, this project gets built out by my union as committed to having local union workers on the job. With COVID-19 causing so many of our community to lose work, you can't underestimate the value of these new good jobs. We also need the housing this project will build. More housing on the market will help keep prices down. Too many people are starting to get priced out of Richmond. Projects like this don't always come our way in Richmond. I ask you to vote tonight to send this to the city. Well, I hope the city council approves it. Thank you very much. I don't appreciate Eduardo hijacking people's talking time. Anyways, thank you. I'm done.
Our next speaker is David Crafton. David, you have 2 minutes. You may begin. David.
Good evening, everybody. I'm David Crafton, founder and former executive director of the National Council on Gene Resources and owner-broker of Crafton Real Estate. Just want to say I would never purchase or sell real estate there, for all the world. I've been a resident of Marina Bay since May of last year. I treasure my daily walks along the gorgeous San Francisco Bay with its beautiful wetlands, animals, and plants. I urge you to vote no on Shopoff Realty's proposal for a 4,000 unit residential development with over 11,000 residents there on a toxic waste site, as you know, right next to San Francisco Bay. A majority of Richmond residents on November 3rd made it very clear they are against this proposal. Please heed their will. If you do, I urge you to let the new city council make the decision. If you do not think a majority of Richmond's residents oppose this development, then I urge you to hold off your vote and hold a referendum. Meanwhile, we can hold public hearings to address the many complex issues involved here. I think the precious open space between Marina Bay and Costco should be remediated and preserved for future generations. It holds a rich diversity of animals and plants which must be freed from deadly toxins in the soils and water. The AstraZeneca toxic waste dump is one of the worst sites in this country. I support a satisfactory cleanup of the site. I do not support residential development anywhere between Marina Bay and Costco. I do support this area becoming a part of the East Bay Regional Park District or similar arrangement. There are many concerns about the Shopoff proposal, including the inadequate cleanup, adverse impacts, inadequate long-term monitoring, inadequate resources to respond to adverse effects. It's just a bad deal for Richmond.
Your time has expired. Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Paul Carmen. Paul, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. It's Paul Carmen, Richmond resident. We had the opportunity to attend a DTSC meeting at the Richmond Field Station a while back. There were maybe 100 attendees of this meeting. I'd say 99 of the 100 attendees spoke in favor of Alternative 6 over Alternative 3A. Science can be complicated, but it's not counterintuitive. If 99 out of 100 people don't feel right about Alternative 3A, certainly there's something wrong with Alternative 3A. Now, Planning Commissioner Velasco said that there was, she could identify no triggers that justified another environmental impact report or human health risk assessment report. All I've been hearing tonight from all the speakers is triggers that would require us to look at how this plan will impact the environment and how it will impact human health. I'm sure Ms. Connolly's very good at her job, but I've now listened to like 4 Zoom meetings regarding this project. It's only been Ms. Connolly's as a technical expert who's spoken in favor of this remedy. I have not heard of anyone else. It's important to point out that DTSC was originally opposed to residential under this plan. They were talked in, they wanted only commercial, and the city talked them into it relative to the new UC International campus. I think it's also important to point out that it would take less than 3 years to transport all of the soil, contaminated soil under Alternative 6 away from the site. I see my time running out, so I'll stop there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Littlehill. Scott, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Scott Littlehill. I've lived in Richmond 20 years, and I'm a representative of Carpenters Local Union 152, which includes hundreds of Richmond resident members. I ask the members of the council tonight to stand up for Richmond's local employment program, which was approved via an ordinance unanimously in 2006. The purpose of the local employment program was to address Richmond's higher than average rates of unemployment and the related higher than average poverty and crime rates. The program established a requirement for subsidized projects to employ Richmond resident apprentices in all apprenticeable building trades that will work on the project, not just the 4 crafts that represent less than a quarter of the workers who will work at the site. Mr. Shopoff mentioned good faith efforts and cost competitiveness as preconditions for making enforceable commitments to Richmond resident workers and the members of Carpenters Local 152. But there is no qualification in the ordinance that employment of Richmond resident apprentices on subsidized projects must pass a cost competitiveness test, or that compliance requires only good faith effort to employ Richmond resident apprentices. The ordinance defines subsidies to include loans of funds administered by the city. Now, the Campus Bay mixed use project likely will involve the formation of Melrose community facilities districts to finance infrastructure. Those are loans administered by the city and therefore should be considered a subsidy. The development agreement, however, is silent on this and does not spell out the commitments of the subsidized project nature of involving community facilities districts. Tonight, I ask you to eliminate that uncertainty. We submitted a letter with a one-sentence amendment to the development agreement. Do not kick the can to a future council. Put it into the development agreement tonight, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. In some ways, I think the world sort of turned upside down. For example, you have here the CAG, which is represented by Sherry Padgett and a number of other people, who should be regarded as the model of citizen participation. They are volunteer scientists and lay people who have studied this issue for years, and their only commitment is to the city of Richmond. They are the true experts that we should be relying on. Yet you seem to be choosing the advice of an expert hired by a developer who has a clear, very special interest in this, and a decision by the DTSC. So let's look at this DTSC. The DTSC did not say, by the way, that alternative 3 was safer than alternative 6. What they did say was that it was, in their view, the best deal considering the costs involved. But it's not their job to decide who to save money for, especially not to save money for AstraZeneca. And that AstraZeneca would be responsible for cleaning up this site and pay for it, and they can afford it if they were ordered by the DTSC. Now, JL and others seem to accept the argument that 6 is more dangerous based on 2 arguments, but for which there is no data and no reputable person has actually made these arguments. One is that it has to be, the stuff has to be somewhere, so it may as well be on the bay shore. Well, that's sort of silly. It's obvious that storing this stuff in an earthquake area, an unstable ground with sea level rise is not the same as finding a landfill that in an unpopulated area where the ground can be prepared and where it can be carefully monitored. Similarly, the question of the 50,000 trucks is just a fantasy that people have created. People have told you we can use railroad cars that are covered and where the material is treated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next
Mr. Mayor, ask a question on that. What railroad? Who owns a railroad? Which railroad is going to do this? BNSF? Somebody talk to BNSF? Somebody talk to Levin Terminal? What railroad is going to do this?
For a major project like this, the city of Richmond could arrange for a railroad or even a railroad track to be built. There are railroad tracks very near there, and it would be a question of contracting this out. But nobody has tried to do that. Nobody has said, well, look, this is a serious way to do this, so we're going to look into it. No, you've just dismissed this because you want the project.
No, I mean, you're assuming because we want the project. You guys haven't made the, well, anyway, sorry, that's the other side. So the answer is you don't know how we would get a railroad, but
the answer is that there are railroad tracks.
There's a 30% chance or something that it could be done.
There are railroad tracks nearby, and that a city that was serious about looking at this alternative would actually find out what it would cost and how to do it, and not just dismiss it out of hand.
Okay, let's move on to the next speaker, please.
Okay, our next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. I request that the council defer on this vote and you don't approve this resolution this time, because there are many, many unanswered questions, and there is no reason to rush. And I do have a confession to make, Councilmember Myrick, because I did compare putting this on the agenda to Amy Coney Barrett. And it's not a conspiracy, and I just said that because it was a joke. But there's an element of truth to it, because you can't pretend that this is business as usual. The three newly elected council members won with a majority in each district, not just a plurality, but a majority, and they ran on a platform of opposition to approving this development without having a complete remediation. So for you to be pushing it forward right now is a very conscious decision on the council's part, on the council majority's part, to get it done before the new council is seated. And you can't pretend that's not. It's not just, oh, we keep doing our work. This is a very controversial issue. And there are, people have raised it up, and I have many, many questions, like how did not being safe on the ground floor suddenly turn into being safe on the ground floor? That suddenly it was in Shapoff's plans without any kind of legal or scientific justification. That's a question. What is a future homeowner association that is going to be responsible for the incredibly expensive work of monitoring and fixing the problems that may arise in the future? So my time's coming up. I'm just going to leave you. Please delay.
Thank you, Deborah. Our next speaker is Beryl. Beryl, you have 2 minutes. You may begin. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Beryl Golden. I just sent the city council and the city manager an email about Waste Management Corporation. I doubt if anybody has not heard of them. I sent you an email about their cleaning up hazardous waste by rail. And the reason that it should be done is because there is no way to stop the plumes going into the bay, and with sea level rise, you heard that that could also affect the project itself. However, the major reason why many of you are against removing all the toxic material is the trucking problems that would be caused. Well, Waste Management Company says that they do it, and they say that they can do it. And I sent you an email, so you have their website address, and Zeneca can afford to hire them to remove all of the toxic material. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Charles Davidson. Charles, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Charles Davidson. I live in Hercules. Along with many others tonight, I also request that the council defers on this vote. The Zeneca site has significant amounts of heavy metals from the processing of pyrite, an iron sulfur mineral used for sulfuric acid production. Globally, numerous sites of pyrite processing have less sulfuric acid and contaminated residues, along with large amounts of other toxic metals such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, zinc, and selenium. Sulfuric acid is also intentionally used for the processing of numerous beneficial ores, such as at another sulfuric acid contaminated Superfund site called Selby Slag, located in San Francisco Bay in Rodeo and Crockett, just 12 miles north of Zeneca. Selby was the largest metal smelter west of the Mississippi for over 100 years, and the slag sitting in the bay is also managed by the DTSC. In the 1990s, the DTSC added acid neutralization to Selby slag, exactly like at Zeneca, and the acid neutralization did apparently reduce some of the toxic heavy metals, or so it was assumed. That some of the metals are known to respond to acid neutralization is well documented. However, it is also documented in scientific literature that acid neutralization can have a powerful paradoxical effect on liberating the metal arsenic in particular. The post-interim remediation at Selby has shown exceedingly large amounts of liberated arsenic in Selby groundwater leaking into San Francisco Bay. Zeneca placed over a liquefaction zone containing sulfuric acid, arsenic, and other toxic metals must be cleaned up far more than is currently planned, and for safety, the contamination should not be left in place and then allowed to be located under the large housing development being planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. And that was our final speaker. I have one announcement to make. We received over 125 comments via email by 1 p.m. today in opposition to the Campus Bay project, urging the City Council to stop the fast tracking of the project and postpone any decisions on the project until the new council takes office. We also received 7 comments before 1 p.m. today in support of the Campus Bay project, and that is my announcement.
Before I formally close the public hearing, I want to make sure everyone who signed up to speak has an opportunity to do so. So if you've signed up to speak and your name has not been called, you can click on participants and you can raise your hand, or you can click on chat and send a chat message to the city clerk. Or if you're only on a phone, you can follow the instructions on the city's website or on the agenda, and you can phone in. You can call in by phone. So I'm going to wait just a short time and see if anybody else shows up here that thinks they requested to speak and did not get an opportunity to do so.
And just for the record, we called every person that had their hand up, even if they signed up late. And I'm seeing one hand that just came up.
Okay, well,
But there was the issue of people not being able to get in. So what are we doing to make sure that they are able to get in and speak?
Well, if they're on this Zoom call, they can get in, unless their computer's not working right, and we can't fix that. So I would say the person who raised their hand, why don't you go ahead and give them 2 minutes and let them speak.
Okay. Our speaker is Doria Mueller. Doria, you have 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Doria, you have 2 minutes. You may begin. Doria, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great. I raised my hand several times and I don't know why it kept going away. Anyway, I am indefinitely in favor of postponing this project, if it happening at all. What doesn't make any sense to me, I'm a Richmond resident, by the way, and I understand the topic fairly well from a biological perspective with a master's, but above and beyond that, it doesn't make any sense to couple the remediation of this very, very complicated, seriously damaged property with a development. I am pro-development. I would love to see that development somewhere else. I would love to see the jobs, etc. But to couple the two of these, and it makes no sense. I would like to refer back to a report, a 2009 report, Public Health Assessment, Final Release, Evaluation of Exposure to Contaminants from the Zeneca Campus, prepared under the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, prepared by the California Department of Health Services. And it's in my email, but one thing especially, we are not able to draw a link between the health effects and contaminants at the Seneca site for a number of reasons. First, the environmental data needed to understand potential exposure is not available. Toxicological information on the chemicals is limited. There is limited understanding of the effects from exposure to multiple chemicals, and there are many factors that contribute to a causation of disease, making it almost impossible to identify specific or single factors such as an environmental exposure. And also, 600,000 people in the
Tori,
United
your
States,
time is expired.
600,000 people die of cancer every year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else out there who signed up to speak and did not get an opportunity to do so? Do you see anybody, Madam Clerk?
We have one more hand
one
that was
more.
raised.
One more hand.
Okay, go ahead and call the speaker.
Jamie Perez, you have 2 minutes. You may begin. Jamie, you're there? Jamie, you have 2 minutes. You may begin. You have to unmute yourself.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. My name is Jaime Perez, and I live in Marina Bay. I walk, run, or bike by the Seneca site almost daily. I think that a lot has already been said about the technical issues that make an overwhelming case against building on the Seneca site without a prior thorough and complete cleanup. A quick look up on Google reveals that AstraZeneca can certainly afford it, since they reported revenues of almost 26 billion in the year that ended in September of this year. So I wanted to focus my intervention on the political aspects of your decision. Indeed, as has been said, and it's true, the current members of the council have a full and legitimate powers until the last day of their term. However, in this case, where the council is faced with a proposal to build one of the largest, if not the largest development in the history of Richmond, I put forward that while it is indeed legitimate, it lacks legitimacy for such a decision that will impact the city in many ways for decades to come and will change that part of the waterfront and the Bay Trail. By the way, I also wanted to reiterate that the site is indeed listed in the US EPA Superfund list. You can easily find it on the web under cumulus.epa.gov. Also, I wanted to add that I sent an email to the council and to the mayor, and in his response, mayor said that my concerns were based, and I quote, on the arguments of a small group of anti-development and anti-housing extremists. On the other hand, I would fully support Supervisor Joya, who's not somebody that can be called an extremist, who in a recent letter to the Planning Commission before their recent meeting on the Seneca site, urged a postponement of a decision on this proposal.
Jaime, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else out there? Do you see anybody else, Madam Clerk?
I do not.
Mayor, for the record, I'd like to say that there are many people watching on YouTube who were not able to join the Zoom meeting. So there are many people who have been left out of the process because of that.
Well, we're glad they're watching, but if they want to join the meeting, they've got to follow the instructions. So
the instructions weren't adequate. There's something wrong with the city's ability to host as many people as needed, and you know, I think for the record, everyone who's watching and wanting to speak should be able should write to the city to let the city know that they were left out of the hearing process.
okay, all right. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and now we will open up an opportunity for council members to ask questions to staff. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a lot was said, so I jot down some questions that I had based on what was said. I guess real quick to staff and then to the developers. I heard a call, one of the public comments that came in from San Francisco Baykeeper, and it sounded like he was representing San Francisco Baykeeper and saying that this was issue for them and they were urging the council not to pass it. Has there been any communication with them, and what does that mean for us given that statement?
So Councilmember Willis, we did receive comment letters that were provided to, I believe, both the Planning Commission, and I'm uncertain if a comment letter was provided to the council in regards to this. We have not had direct communication with them aside from the comment letters that they've provided for the public hearing purposes.
Okay, okay. And okay, so just going to my questions for the developers, if they're available right now, I'll just ask my question. In the beginning of the presentation, there was a statement made that this project is meant to be easy access, affordable housing. Exactly how do you define affordable housing with this project? Because I know there are many tiers to that.
This is Bill Shopoff. I'll attempt to address that. Your
Hey,
city
Bill,
has an...
Bill, I'm trying to be fair to everybody, and I've gotten some criticism for letting the applicant answer questions and not letting the opponents during this period. So the public hearing is closed. I'm going to let staff answer that. I'm sorry. You may be in the best position to answer it, but I really
no problem.
Want to make this fair. Okay, so go ahead, Lena. You want to take that one?
Yes, pursuant to the development agreement, the developer is agreeing to comply with the recently adopted council amendments to the inclusionary housing ordinance. So they have not specified the affordability levels, but the percentage would be to comply with the requirement, whether it's rental or for sale, they'll meet the requirements of the current ordinance.
Okay, and I know we talked about the ordinance recently, but for the public and actually for me too, like what exactly does that mean in dollars and cents or AMI?
So you may recall, Councilmember Willis, that the council recently amended the on-site percentage requirements for projects. So it's still on a sliding scale where the percentage is greater if it's at the moderate rate. The percentage reduces if it's a very low income. Now, payment of the in lieu fee has also been set at $12 a square foot. However, as you also recall that for projects south of 580, which this project would qualify, if they have for sale units, they will have to comply. They will build the units on site. But rental is still allowed to pay the in lieu fee. But the provisions of the ordinance also allow for alternative means. If they propose something to the city, they can choose to do that. But currently, those are the options for the development in terms of its compliance.
So we don't have any specificity on what those levels are going to be. We just know the in lieu fees will be paid at the end of the day.
If it's a rental, the in lieu fees are an option. If they have a for sale product, it's building on site. Okay. So the percentage will vary between 10% at the moderate rate to less than that at very low.
And I'll move on with some of my questions, but I was under the impression at the beginning of this that we would be able to talk to the developers and everything. So that is kind of frustrating, but not against you, Lena, just thank you. So the community benefits agreement, I've heard that be talked about a lot. Do you have a sense on how this community benefits agreement was developed? And more specifically, I want to know if residents were involved in developing the CBA.
So the community benefits, very much reflects specificity that was provided by the council in the resolution. 1991, I believe, is the number. But as you recall as well, that we had a study session in front of the city council where we were seeking feedback from the public. And so the specific plan also includes a chapter, a section that relates to community benefits, and very much the input from the public that was provided at that time was also incorporated in the negotiations that occurred as part of the development agreement.
But outside of those forms, there really wasn't any. I'm just being realistic about our public notifications that we get complaints about all the time when we make decisions. So outside of the public hearing that we had and South Bay specific plan, there wasn't really any engagement for community benefits for residents around this specific project outside of those two forms that you mentioned, if not.
There was
more.
no separate meeting outside of the planning commission meeting, the city council study session.
All right. And if, let's just say for the sake of argument, this is something that got approved and went forward. If residents did feel like they were exposed to contaminants and it did compromise their health for the future residents, would the city or project be held liable?
So as Ms. Carl mentioned, there's very specific indemnification provisions within the development agreement, and it does require that the city be added as an additional insured and have, as well as DTSC also requires that they bond for the cleanup as well. So we will be indemnified.
Okay, but I guess a question I got specifically when I did a post about this item coming up, would residents have an opportunity to seek litigation if they were impacted by any party involved? What if the city was indemnified? Would they have that opportunity to litigate on behalf of themselves if they felt like contaminants in the area impacted their health?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Willis. Shasta Curl, I would, on that question, like to defer to our city attorney's office, outside counsel, if we may.
Yeah, whoever has the answer to the question, I was hoping to hear from the developer.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask that Carlos Privat or our outside counsel address the question. Carlos?
Well, I'll start. So under the Tort Claims Act, there are significant liability protections and immunities that are afforded cities and council members for discretionary acts like these. So does that mean that the city is inoculated from a suit? No, I mean, anyone can sue for anything, but we do have significant protections under the act. And then in response to comments we received from the Planning Commission, council members, and the community generally that we heard at the Planning Commission meeting, we addressed some of those concerns in the DA by increasing the pollution legal liability insurance coverage from 15 million to 25 million, and made, as Ms. Velasco mentioned, required that the indemnity for existing conditions be explicit. So those are protections for the city, and I can comfortably answer those. Can members of the public sue, and do they have a right? They always do.
Yeah, I guess I was, if there was an answer, I'll move on to my next question, basically getting like, anybody can sue about anything, but would they have a claim, or does us agreeing on this project kind of negate that or preempt them from seeking a claim if they felt like their health was compromised? because that's ultimately something I've come across just reaching out to the community a lot, is people complaining about related contaminants or whatever, but they're not able to sue because of past decisions made. So I'm just trying to see if this is another one of those things. If there is
A suit will always be an option to any aggrieved party. I can tell you with confidence that there are significant protections afforded the city and the council.
Okay. Yeah, and earlier what came up, and this relates to other projects that we've approved in the past, there was mention just about labor law violations or on-site injuries, like have staff done due diligence and those type of concerns? And is there anything to worry about that? Do we see anything to worry about with this project coming up?
Councilmember Willis, if I may, before we answer that question, I really appreciate the question you raised pertaining to the inclusionary housing ordinance. And so in your packet, it's a very large packet, as we indicated before. It's on page 804.
Okay.
Cites the specific inclusionary housing requirements for residential development. And so just for the record, the percentages are 7% of the dwelling units in the residential development project made available at an affordable sales price to low income households, or 10% of the dwelling units in the residential development project made available at an affordable sales price to moderate income households. That's if it's an ownership scenario. If it is a rental development, and we anticipate based on our conversations from the developer that there's going to be a mix of for sale and rental. So on the rental side, it would be 9% of the dwelling units in the residential development project will be made available at an affordable rent to very low income households, or 10% of the dwelling units in the residential development project made available at an affordable rent to low income households. And then as Ms. Velasco earlier stated, there's also fees that may be paid for the rental, as well as the linkage fee.
Okay, yeah, you said 804 because I'll take a look at that after my last couple of questions.
Okay.
But on the labor related issues in terms of on-site working conditions and whether or not people felt like workers' rights were being violated, which is what I thought I heard one of the speakers said, has that been something that staff has done research in or looked into? Because I know that comes up in previous developments. We definitely were like, oh yeah, let's look closer into this then.
So, Councilmember Willis, we do know, and so the worker safety, I think, concerns have been raised or were raised during the Planning Commission hearing as well, about how workers would safely work and where there's handling hazardous materials. And so as part of both the mitigation measures and DTSC's cleanup order, is they will have to prepare a soil management plan, which will talk about worker safety and how those materials should be handled during construction. So we certainly have appropriate mitigation measures, and those documents will be reviewed prior to construction. And they're pretty common. So it is a standard mitigation when dealing with remediation sites.
Oh yeah, my concern wasn't in the plan itself. My concern's always implementation and making sure that people implement in that kind of way. So I was getting at, like, how does this, basically with this plan, how realistic do we think it would be implemented in a quality way, rather than just saying this is a plan, but if anybody could not implement it? And yeah, that's just what I'm saying. So the plan isn't a problem. I'm just wondering if in the previous projects, have there been problems implementing those type of safety plans in their previous projects before coming here, just because it came up about their other sites and projects. And if there isn't an answer to the question, that's acceptable, but I am glad to hear that there is a remediation plan in there.
Yeah, I can't speak to their other projects, but certainly the city as well as DTSC will ensure that the soil management plan is completed and that mitigation measure is checked off.
Okay, and going to my final few questions, we talked a lot about full cleanup versus partial cleanup. And with a full cleanup, the impact to residents, as was stated, would be substantial. But what I didn't hear at least be discussed out loud is what would be the impact to residents even with the proposed partial cleanup, because we're still taking out contaminated dirt and there's still dust being flown around everywhere. So what would that impact be?
So the DTSC did hold a study session, I think before this council, and certainly provided additional information in their environmental review. But you're correct, there will be excavation in certain locations of the site. So that will include truck traffic, dust control measures, but mitigation measures are also components of the project. So the DTSC has included requirements within the cleanup plan or the order to ensure that those impacts are less than significant on the surrounding community.
Yeah, I rightfully remember that, but we've had so many of these. The last one I remember talking about that was actually last year in 2019 when we were discussing this. Yeah, okay. And I'll probably have a couple other questions later, but for right now, my final one is, this is going to be a large project, obviously, and we definitely have a history in the city of Richmond where we have these grandiose projects that do promise a lot of things, but somewhere down the line, and there's going to be a follow-up to this question now that I remember, but how realistic do we think this project will be developed, given the fact that we have had great projects come before and for some reason they never got developed and it only increased in frustration? So how realistic is this project?
I mean, we certainly believe that the development team is committed to seeing this project through. But, you know, as you've stated, I think the economy there are some uncertainties in that. And even though the city may approve a project may not move forward. But, you know, based on our conversations with the development team, we believe they're committed as well as our resource to carry this project forward.
Okay, and my final question is, because of what you did mention, we can approve it, but it really depends on, I'm paraphrasing, but depends on the overall economy. Being in an uncertain COVID-19 environment where it's estimated that we're going to get to a point where 4,000 people a day will start dying, according to some news that I was watching on Democracy Now! How does us being in a pandemic now, how's that going to affect the timeline of this development? And also, just when is the development, if it were to be approved, when is this supposed to be completed? ETA.
Yeah, so the horizon time, I mean, the development agreement will have a 15-year term, which will provide that amount of time. In terms of how COVID-19 or the pandemic impacts their plans, you know, I can't speak to that. But certainly we expect the build out could occur within the 15 years, which is the term of the DA.
All right, thank you, Ms. Velasco. I'll stop right now, but I do want to reiterate that I was under the impression that after all the public speakers and everything, we would actually be talking to the developer and proponents, which is what we've done before. So I'm frustrated that we weren't able to address those questions to them directly, but thank you so much for doing the best you can, city staff, and I'll get back to you a little later on.
Okay, other questions from council members?
Couple quick ones.
Go ahead, Councilman.
And I want to agree with Councilmember Willis. Actually, it was specifically stated that we would get to that we held off on questions earlier so that we would get to ask the developer or the opponents now. So I don't know. I don't understand why that can't happen. But my question to staff, there's a few things that came up in public comment that I want to get your opinion on. What am I missing here? I heard that we could just force Zeneca to clean up the entire site without it being connected to development. Is that true? Could we just force them to do it without being connected to some sort of project?
Well, Councilmember Myrick, the decision on the cleanup, the remediation is under the regulatory oversight of the Department of Toxic Substances Controls.
Right.
They've already made a decision regarding the cleanup. And the cleanup reflects the land uses that are contemplated in the Richmond Bay specific plan. So, I don't believe the city could just overturn that decision, as we're not the appropriate oversight agency for that remediation.
So there's no way we could start the cleanup and then say we're going to do it, but we're not going to build there.
If I may, I think staff in our earlier conversations, Councilmember Myrick, with DTSC over the last several years, they have repeatedly indicated that they would feel essentially more comfortable moving forward with a remediation order once there was a development. So it was a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation.
Right.
And so I think that what we find ourselves in today is the fact that a developer has come forward and has submitted an application. Prior to that, DTSC issued a remediation plan. And so the developer plans to cooperate with the order from DTSC and remediate the site as directed. At least that's my assessment based on the communications and meetings we had with DTSC for several years. That these regulatory powers were regarding the land uses that were approved in the specific plan, and then DTSC used that to guide the adoption of its remediation order.
Okay, thank you. And then I do want to eat a little crow on the rail things. One of the speakers did mention that she had sent something. I hadn't seen the email, but I kind of looked it up. Has anybody looked at how this could be done? Because honestly, whichever route you go, there's still going to be some stuff that needs to get cleaned up and taken out. So, if rail's the best way to do it, then rail's the best way to do it. I don't know the logistics of that. Has anybody looked at the, one of the speakers said that she had emailed something about a waste company that does cleanup by rail. Has anybody investigated that or any other options to get the cleanup done by rail?
I actually recall us having some initial conversations with the former planning director and trying to look at how that could happen logistically. And in theory, it seems pretty feasible, but then when you actually look at how it would need to happen, the unfortunate situation would be that I think some of the impacted community area would actually increase because of the need to access rail closer to the intersection of 580 and in close proximity to portions of South Richmond, Santa Fe, I believe, and Point Richmond. And so it would actually cause an increase in the amount of length that it would be within the Richmond community before leaving. So that was at least we had previously potentially observed, and at least my recollection is that we did not have a willing participant to move forward with that suggestion. In terms
Wait,
of,
so there wasn't a willing participant as well? So
well, I mean, we don't have the regulatory powers to make the railroad, create new lines or.
No, I know that part. I mean, this person mentioned that there's some company that can do it.
Waste Management is the company that manages Kettleman City. So it was more, they accept stuff by truck, by rail, whatnot.
Gotcha.
That's who WM is.
Thank you for that correction. But also thank you for the details about how rail, which is the other piece that we didn't talk about, is that, we spent so much time fighting to stop coal coming through Richmond by rail. So it's interesting that would be a new toxic thing going through Richmond by rail if we did do it. But I appreciate that answer.
Okay, are there other questions? Councilmember Choi.
Yes, thanks. A very long evening. Lots of really thought-provoking things got said tonight. I think I'd like to start off because it seems so long ago. I think at one point, one of the callers was suggesting that Ms. Connolly said that this was a partial remediation. And what she was saying was that she takes issue with it being classified as a partial remediation. I think in a sense, we've all kind of used the shorthand of, well, 3 is partial and 6 is the full, steak dinner. And I'm not sure if I accept that duality, because in a sense, what 3 is remediating to a great degree on site and capping. So as somebody who lives on a site that was remediated on site and then capped, I can honestly say I do live on the kind of site that people were talking about. I'm actually very sorry that we only had, that say 6.5 minute presentation from Ms. Connolly, because I found what she was saying eye-opening with the process. I never had it explained to me so clearly and thoroughly what was going on. So I'm really feeling the lack that due to some of the accusations of unfairness that we're not able to use her knowledge. But aside from that, I think a lot of the comments tonight have been litigating the DTSC's decision, which we in no way have the power to do. We're not the lead agency as far as the remediation goes. And, I've been following this process, for a long time, not clearly as long as some of the folks on the CAG. I actually haven't lived in Richmond long enough to have been observing this as long as most of those folks. And I do applaud how much work they've done. Gratis for the city of Richmond. It's been an amazing level of commitment. But one thing I do remember is, and I remember back 10, 12 years ago when it was the South Shoreline specific plan, I just remember a lot of S's and a lot of substandard Mexican chicken dinners at some of those meetings. But we specifically were setting the land use in that area to push for the greatest level of remediation. And I think what we're losing here is that's what we have. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about all that remediation that Ms. Connolly was talking about. And so I do feel like the false comparison of 6 or 3A is really rough, because we're not actually talking about 6 and 3A. We're talking about 3A or nothing for the foreseeable future. And what bothers me about that is all of the issues of seawater rise, all of the issues of susceptibility towards a seismic event exist in a much greater degree as things are now. And I don't want to see another 20 or 30 years of this unremediated site on the water. So I just want to make sure we can specifically look at what we're talking about. We have no ability to relitigate the level of remediation on this. That the lead agency on that was DTSC, and they made their decision a year ago. I think it's important for us to look at what I'm really especially touched by what Grover said about he thinks that it's now or never. And I don't think that possibility was ever there. It wasn't a matter of we can make Zeneca remediate the site now or never. It's that the remediation was chosen for 3A. And as was brought up, what was chosen was to remediate the materials on site, remove some of them and cap the rest. So I don't actually think we have the choices that people think we have here tonight. Anyway, that's my piece for now. And thank you for a very thought-provoking evening for everybody.
Okay, other questions from council members? Okay, well,
If no one else has any questions, I have a lot of them.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to say that just because DTSC selected the lesser of the alternatives doesn't mean that we can't make something more strict. With state agencies, we can't make anything less than what they select, but we can make something more. So we do have that authority, and we're just choosing not to exercise it. We had unanimously voted for alternative 6, and with a gifting of 50. I don't know, 500, some large amount of money that's somehow gotten whittled down to only 20 with no explanation. It's what I'm trying to say is that we can ask for more. We deserve more. We deserve a total cleanup, and we have the authority to demand it. So, in Louisiana, the authorities gave permits to a drilling outfit that ended up creating a massive local sinkhole. Then the state environmental agency failed to properly oversee companies discharging hazardous waste into the Louisiana waters. Health authorities even issued guidelines on how to eat polluted fish. Under these conditions, it's logical to distrust environmental regulators. The situation in Louisiana is much like the situation we have here with DTSC, failing to require the scientific work necessary for a healthy environment. In 2005, Tom Butt in his e-forum, the mayor wrote in reference to the Zeneca site, effective resolution of these problems usually falls to ordinary citizens, to ordinary citizen activists who have some motivation other than pulling down a fat government paycheck. And I might add, people looking to fund their pet projects. We need to heed what Tom wrote in 2005 and go with the citizen activists who are looking out for the community. The only skin in their game is the health of Richmond, and we need to honor that. There's not enough scientific work done. There's too many scientific questions, and whatever any scientist will say is not enough until that work is done. I was happy to hear that the fumes, according to Connolly, was equal to the fumes given off by ripening bananas. So if it's that innocuous, I really don't see what the problem is.
That's not what she said. She said the remediation process released ethylene.
You are interrupting.
Wait,
Councilman
Martinez,
I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking, and you made a lot of.
I didn't say anything that was wrong.
No, you did, and I just didn't interrupt you.
Wait, Councilman Martinez, do you have a question?
This is a time for. Is this not a time for statements?
It's time to ask questions to staff.
Well, other people made statements without asking questions.
Well, not really.
I mean, Ben Choi, had a lot of statements and no questions. So why are you coming down on me for this?
Well, what I'd like to do is get the questions out of the way, and then we'll see if we have a motion. If we have a motion, we'll have discussion. So,
Mr. Mayor, we already got the questions out of the way. You two do this every time. Like, just let them finish, and then we'll go on.
Well, I'm trying to.
It always makes it go longer. Every time y'all do this, it makes it go longer. Tom, every time you do this, it makes it go longer.
Thank you, JL. Okay, you want questions, and who's going to answer these questions?
Staff is going to answer them.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to know what happened to all of the community benefits that were promised to us at the beginning. Where'd they go to? We only have what, 20,000 now, or 20? How much? What's the amount?
So Councilmember Martinez, the development agreement includes the community benefits. There is $22 million worth of funded projects, but
right, and wasn't that
as 50? Well, it includes the 40 basis points for Richmond Promise, which is anticipated to be an additional, additional 20 million.
Right. It depends on the mix of for sale and rental. And then there's also the other impact fees that the developer is still required to pay for schools and so forth. And so in our analysis, the number that I believe was reported earlier on was approximately in the range of 52 to 60 million. And so it's staff's understanding that the total impact is still in that range. The 22 million is cash or improvements to the 3 community facilities, the Bay Trail, Booker T. Anderson Park, as well as the fire station. And so there's a 10-year schedule that's provided that we went over earlier that outlines when those payments approximately shall be received. But it's dependent on the progress of the development project to ensure that obviously the community benefits will come in as additional units come online.
So the larger amount was never promised?
No, that's not what I said.
Then restate yourself, because I don't think I understood you.
I'm not sure how to clarify my statement. I indicated that the community benefits in total are estimated between 52 and $60 million. And that hasn't changed. $22 million is contemplated as cash over a 10-year term, approximately, depending on when units come online. There's also impact fees that may be in the range, including school fees, park fees, a plethora of fees, in the range of 18 million. And in addition to that, there's 40 basis points, similar to like Councilmember Choi, who lives in Marina Bay. When you buy a unit there, there's 1.5% of the purchase price comes back to what used to be the redevelopment agency. In this instance, 40 basis points per Mr. Schaffhoff's recommendation will come back to go to the Richmond Promise to provide funding to continue the Richmond Promise that was originally launched by the Richmond City Council. So the range in excess of 60 million, 52 to 60 million has not changed.
Okay, so
folks, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to need a motion to continue the meeting.
I'll move we extend till 11:30.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
No.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
No.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Okay. Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Council Members Martinez and Willis voting no.
Okay, so I guess Councilmember Martinez, why don't you go ahead and continue with your questions?
Okay, so of this supposed 50 million, you said 20 of it is in cash and the rest of it is in sales?
No, would you like us to put back up, would you like us to work with KCRT to put the slide back up? It's 20 million in community benefits. It's also in the staff report. If you'd like, I can point you to that page for the administrative record.
You know,
So the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
So the community benefits outlined in the staff report are on page 11 of 13, which in this packet is page 517.
Uh-huh. Can you explain basis points?
So 0.04%.
0.04%?
Yes.
That's what a basis point is?
In this instance, yes.
Okay, and why is it depicted that way as opposed to a percentage?
Because that's the nomenclature for how it's usually discussed.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I guess I need to educate myself on real estate nomenclature.
And this is the schedule that we presented previously, which outlines the developer's commitment to community benefits as they proposed and as was discussed at the Planning Commission and at the last City Council meeting.
And how will the upkeep and the staffing of these new fire station and police station be financed?
Well, our understanding is that Fire Station 64 is in need of rehabilitation now, just like the Booker T. Anderson facility. And so we anticipate that the city can either partner with the developer to make those improvements together, or the city can defer to the developer, or the developer can defer to the city to make those improvements, depending on the timing of the project and city council and city manager's preference.
Okay, so then there won't be an extra fire station.
No.
The fire stations that we have will just be renovated.
No, the concept is, for example, right now we have deferred maintenance. And so the idea is to, for example, be able to upgrade those facilities to meet the demands of and update the working conditions for the personnel that are serving the community now that are working at Fire Station 64 and the community center in South Richmond adjacent to Marina Bay. And
no, go ahead.
And this proposed project. So they're on the other side of the 580 freeway. They're north of the 580 freeway.
All right. So okay, now in the in situ treatment, where is the evidence that using in situ bioremediation to treat the VOCs and other toxic materials is going to work?
For that specific question, that's an excellent question. And that I think would be a more appropriate question for the development team to respond to, but obviously we defer to the mayor on that.
You know, I'm not going to get into development team responses, because if I do that, I'll have to allow opponents to respond, and I think we need to move this on. We're kind of getting redundant, and
it's not redundant. That question hasn't been asked.
Well, it's been asked. It's in all the plans by DTSC. It's been on. It's all over the place. It's been asked and answered 100 times.
So if I may, Mayor Budd, Councilmember Martinez, maybe as I'm not sure what the outcome of this meeting is going to be, but as we continue to move forward, potentially, we certainly would appreciate the opportunity to connect you or other members of the City Council if they would be so inclined and want to have further discussion with DTSC staff, if those staff are interested in making themselves available, because they are the resident experts. And so they will be working with the developer on implementing the remediation plan. And so we, as the local authority, would defer to our colleagues at DTSC. And we would be happy to continue to ask them to be a part of these public conversations as we potentially move forward.
And if we get this to a vote tonight, it's the first reading. So it's gonna come back again. And so those of you who want to do in-depth research or contact the applicants, experts are welcome to do it. But I would entertain a motion at this time, and we can continue to debate this after the motion, but I would entertain a motion if somebody's so inclined.
There are many questions that are unanswered, and for any of us to vote on this issue, excuse me, I'm speaking, sir. Look, I'm speaking, sir. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. Can you let me have my say?
No, I'm not. I'm going to ask to see if we can't get this to a vote. Is there anybody else?
Okay, so you're going to railroad. You're going to railroad the process.
No, it's not railroading. It's
oh yes, it is.
Look, we all know you're not going to vote for this, and you'd spend the next hour asking questions if you could.
Important questions that need to be answered.
Well, they're important, but in terms, and you're not asking them to decide whether you want to make a decision on it.
No, I'm asking them to inform you and the rest of the council on what you need to know before you make a decision.
Well, I don't see anybody wanting to make a motion anyway, so we might as well.
Mr. Mayor, I'll
make a motion.
Okay, wait a minute. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Bates, and we have a second by Choi. Okay, so now we have a motion on the floor, and we are now in the debate stage. So if somebody would like to comment on why they're going to support the motion or not, you're on. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this was this was very enlightening experience, and honestly, it doesn't really seem like there is no right answers in terms. Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm not an expert on cleanup. I don't know all the mechanics that go into it or anything like that. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't not do anything with the site, because at the end of the day, it cannot be left like that. Something needs to be done to actually address the toxicity in the site. I'm not even saying that. And I know that, the DTSC already made their decision about that, because we also reverted on our decision too. But what I am saying is that I even get complaints today from other residents that live in housing projects that complained about being exposed to toxic material. No matter how long the building has been there, it is something that always comes up, and I don't have an answer for them. And now I'm looking at a project that is definitely going to be built on a toxic site if it does go forward and if it actually does pass. And I'm looking at that same thing coming up for the next generations. And I can't say I'm supporting housing development here, because I wouldn't be able to guarantee future resident safety. Now, all the community benefits, despite my criticisms about how they were developed and all of, some of the different components in terms of revenue, it's great. I just can't support it on this site, because let me tell you this, I straight up asked somebody like, there's going to be a partial cleanup of this area, and they want to cap it, and, and they want to build housing on top of it. And the first look I got was, and that's how I feel too. I wouldn't be able to even confidently tell a family, like, oh yeah, we just had a new housing development over there. By the way, it's built on contaminated land, especially when I have the ongoing statement ringing in my head about pregnant women not even being able to work in a basement area of Emeryville because of some of the contaminated land that they're built on. And also, I am highly concerned, especially because they just spoke today, and it was a number of candidates forums on this topic. I am highly concerned that today's not going to be the end all, be all of this discussion. And if this for any reason comes back to the city council, and come on, we know the history of our council through and through. For us who have been here, not been here, experienced it, or just heard somebody talk about back in the day what happened, that people have strong personalities and they have no fear. If there is something that they want to see changed about it, they're going to push for it. And I'm not seeing myself supporting this because I can't support housing development on a toxic property, especially when I'm not even convinced or confident that this is going to be affordable enough where current residents could move into it, even if it wasn't contaminated. I do see this as something that could potentially push people out and encourage other people to increase prices based on the shoreline property. There's a lot of things that are holding me back that doesn't give me confidence in this project, because I don't think this is something that is going to be beneficial to current residents right now. Future people that can afford it, maybe. But even with that, the health concerns alone and the fact that going back to what a previous speaker said, putting a cap on it is like putting together a time bomb. It's not a matter of if this is something that's going to be a problem in the future, but I strongly feel that this is something that will definitely be a problem in the future, and none of us are going to have to be around to deal with it. But for future generations, I am really concerned, and I don't want to put my name next to it because of the problems with the site. So I am voting no. And if this does come up to the city council in the future, any council in the future, I suggest other people vote no anyway, because I know it's going to be a mess. I mean, just look at tonight. So I'm voting no on this.
Okay, thank you. Are there other council members who'd like to make a comment before we call the vote?
Just a quick question.
All right.
Councilmember Martinez had mentioned that we could actually go further than what DTSC is authorized, because DTSC, what they authorized was, I mean, his argument was that generally speaking, cities can go farther, just not less than what the state does. So just, can somebody respond to that on city staff? Is that true? We could potentially require them to do more.
City attorney?
I'd like to ask Carlos or our outside counsel to address that question, please.
I could answer that question this way. We can't require DTSC to do anything. We're not the regulatory body.
He's saying we could require Zeneca to do it. We just can't go. We could require Zeneca to do more than what DTSC is requiring.
As a part of the condition of approval, I suppose that is something the city could do, but that's really a question for the planning department and the planning department's consultants.
Wait. So the city could, as a condition of approval, require them to do a higher level of cleanup, and then requires Zeneca to do a higher level of cleanup, because I know we could require the developer to do more as condition of approval.
For me, it's really late, and I don't. So I apologize if I come off tired, but I don't know what the hook is to require Zeneca to do the cleanup. They're not the project applicant.
Does the city have any power to require Zeneca to do anything on its own without the DTSC? Let me ask that way.
Don't everybody talk at once.
Yeah, Councilmember Myrick, maybe I can add to that, but the city.
No, it's an easy question.
Yeah, we certainly don't have the expertise as a cleanup authority or agency. Now, we do have the ability to enforce our municipal code, zoning, CEQA mitigation, but the issue of the cleanup, I certainly don't feel comfortable as staff that we could add conditions of approval that would take it at a significantly greater level than what the DTSC has already required.
It's not a matter of comfort, it's a matter of right.
Right. And so it was a question, it was a simple question as whether or not we have the authority. I don't think we do, but it's maybe it's not as clear as I thought. But let me also I want to, before we vote, say one other thing. I actually haven't said anything about these community benefits this entire time. And of course, I'm supportive of the community benefits. But what's interesting to me, and I've heard a council member, the suggestion that that's the motivating factor here. I've heard that suggested. it's a, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we don't do community benefits, then you just hear a bunch of people saying how, the developer's going to make all this money and the community doesn't get anything. When you do community benefits, then you have people accusing you that that's the reason that you're doing everything else. Clearly, this is a complicated issue. Clearly, based on everything that's been discussed today, there are many different positions that you could take on this in trying to do the right thing. So I just want to make sure that folks understand that whether or not there was a community benefits a part of this, the underlying question of which cleanup is best and whether or not it's worth risking leaving that stuff in the ground forever are very serious questions that I think the council is voting on.
Well, I think with that, I'm going to call for a vote.
Well, actually, you haven't given
We've
me
been
a
at
chance
this
to.
for several hours.
Well, I'd like to make a comment, Tom. I haven't said anything all night.
Well, okay. Go.
Let me just point out to my colleagues, in the Bay Area, during the wartime, all of the areas, not all of them, many of them, San Francisco, Hunters Point, Alameda Naval Air Station, all these places were occupied with industrial and wartime developments. In Richmond, I hear a lot of people complaining about Marina Bay. We had the same question, Tom, as you may recall, about the cleanup in Marina Bay. Marina Bay has turned out to be one of the most attractive areas in the city. We went in there and we cleaned it up, and you don't have a problem about it. So, these sites, not only in Marina Bay, but all of much of the South Side have been close in proximity to industrial areas, much of the Iron Triangle. So we got to move forward. And I want to thank the staff for coming forward with a beautiful program that provides some significant revenue to a lot of worthy organizations. And at the same time, we create housing. And I guarantee you, 90% of the people who are making a complaint, they have no intentions of moving into this development once it's constructed. So we're looking at the future generations. So I support it, and I think we should go forward with it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you.
Excuse me, I would like to speak. I think that I think that a vote for this issue is a vote for litigation, and a vote for litigation is a problem that will be left to the future city council.
Councilmember Martinez,
so whatever votes
out of order.
we
I'm
make
calling for the vote
at this time will impact the city and the city's future.
Madam
I
Clerk,
really believe that.
Vice Mayor Bates?
I really believe that.
Councilmember Choi?
I really believe
Yes.
that what we do
Councilmember
now
Johnson?
is
Yes.
an important thing. And
Councilmember Martinez?
What?
Councilmember Martinez?
How are you voting?
We're taking a vote.
I haven't heard a vote called because I haven't had a chance to have my say. So after I finish speaking, then I will vote. If we vote for this now,
go ahead and keep going.
we vote for this now, we will be voting for litigation in the future.
Abstain.
It's litigation that will sorely
Willis.
affect the finances of the city. It will make us look as if we do not care to listen to our residents.
Councilmember Martinez?
It's a very bad idea, and it hasn't been looked at.
Martinez,
Excuse me.
You either need to vote or we're going to show you as abstaining.
What?
You either need to vote or we're going to show you as abstaining.
Well, let me finish.
No, we're not doing that anymore. Madam Clerk,
the motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make sure that we've clarified what that motion is.
The motion is to
pass the first reading of the ordinance, the agreement.
This is to adopt a resolution adopting an addendum to the Richmond Bay Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report, including adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approving a vesting tentative map for condominium purposes, and approving a use permit for residential use in the SD, R&D, and T5MS-0 transit zones of the Richmond Bay Specific Plan and a shoreline park use in the -S shoreline overlay zone. And this is to introduce an ordinance approving a development agreement between the city and the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Martinez, I need your vote.
My vote is no. I'm not going to vote for a future disaster for the city of Richmond.
The motion passes with Council Members Martinez and Willis voting no, Councilmember Myrick abstaining.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that, Melvin.
City manager, is there anything on the agenda that's time sensitive we can't put off till the 15th?
No, we can move all these items to the 15th, but know that it will be a very busy agenda on the 15th. So we'll try and
Okay.
what we can do to
I
manage.
understand. I just think a few of us, it's time for bed at this point.
Let's get our job done, y'all. Come on.
I just want to thank
We've already did the hard
the
part.
staff and the council, so appreciate it.
Okay, are there any objections to the motion to adjourn?
I object. I think we should do our job and get.
I object.
Okay.
We already did the hard part.
Well, maybe we ought to take a roll call vote since that's what we do. Madam Clerk, call a vote.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember Myrick,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes, I'm a commit.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
What was the motion?
To end the meeting.
The motion is to adjourn and the motion passes. The council members.
Aren't you ready to go to bed? Aren't you ready to go to bed, Vice Mayor?
Vice Mayor Bates voting no.
You want to stay up the rest of the night? All right. See y'all.
Thank
Good night,
you.
everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
Time is 11:23.